Howdy, everybody, and welcome to our first episode, our first test run of the podcast Steal Every Media, presented on behalf of Make Every Media. My name is Peter Rogers. I've been improvising here in Austin a little over 20 years, and I've also been writing and thinking a lot about how to come up with shows, what improv can do next, and especially how improv can connect to other art forms. To that end, we've got this show here, Steal Every Media. The idea is that a guest comes on with a beloved piece of art, a beloved piece of media, and we have a talk about what improv can steal from that piece of media, what techniques it can use, what ideas it can take, what it can run with to discover what new things improv can do. And that takes us to our guest today, who is Kevin Miller. He's also improvised in Austin for about 20 years. He was dean of the Merlin Works School for a while here. He's appeared on The Mortified Guide over on Netflix and hosted Pints and PowerPoints. And Kevin, what piece of media have you brought to discuss today?
Hello, I have brought a true masterpiece for us to pick apart and try to find any flaw with, and that is Back to the Future,
Back to the
1985,
Future.
Robert Zemeckis. Yeah.
And that was Bob Gale and Bob Zemeckis's baby for like 5 years going into that, right?
The two Bobs, yeah.
Mm.
It's remarkable. Like, we could ramble on about the backstory of the movie and how it.
Oh my
I just
God.
read recently that Doc Brown was a character in a different script, and then they
That's
had a
right.
plan to. They had this story about a kid going back in time and meeting his parents, and they said, let's just use this wacky
Yeah,
scientist
they
character
combined
as the
several
inventor.
ideas for it. Yeah, and this 80s cinema is fascinating to me because I would have been 10 in 1985 when this came out. I would have been a perfect age to watch it and have it blow my tiny little mind.
Yeah.
But I barely watched movies at all in my childhood. So
Oh,
there's this whole world of cinema that I respect and love, but I don't have the same connection to as everybody else who got to.
yeah, and it's a shame. I've My girlfriend is Dutch Australian and has not seen a lot of the classics, and my attempts to show her the classics have largely not gone well because many
Oh
of these
no.
movies that you should normally have the sentimentality for have not aged. Just some of them are painful. And Back to the Future, I was kidding about it, trying to find flaws. There are certainly a few
Oh
things that
yeah.
have not aged well there too, but it's still just such a well-made Swiss watch of a movie that
Hmm.
I was a bit I am a bit hesitant to talk about how we use it for improv because it's just so deliberately
Oh
created,
sure.
and there's no fat on this movie. Just every
Absolutely.
line and every frame contributes directly to the story that they're telling, and improv is
It's
you
not
want it to
that.
look like that. Yeah, it's not that.
Oh
You try
man.
to make it look like that and usually fail.
Oh man, there are a couple of points in that I want to follow up, but before we dive into those, I just wanted to ask you a little bit about your own history with the movie. Do you remember when you first saw Back to the Future,
Not
or did it
not
sort of fade into
exactly.
view the way that?
Yeah, faded into view is a good way to put it. I We had a VHS copy. My mom didn't approve of the language in the movie, but let me watch it begrudgingly. But
Mhm.
yeah, I was excited about it from I was 8 when it came out, and so
Mhm.
yeah, that was much like you, prime age for me to get into the cool looking sports car that turns into a spaceship at the end of the movie. And maybe we'll touch a bit on Back to the Future too, because I was, I think, 11, like even more
Oh
primed and
wow.
ready for them
And
to, yeah.
and you appeared on a podcast specifically devoted to Back to the Future, right?
Yes, those listening to this podcast can search for Back to the Future Minute, which is part of the quirky subgenre of podcast that's called Movies by Minutes, and every single episode is uh, breaking down the next sequential minute of the movie. So I was on 1 minute of Back to the Future Part Two and another Part Three, but the entire trilogy's worth of podcasts is hard to imagine them going into more detail,
Excellent.
analyzing it. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
great.
yeah. And I love your point about like how much of this feels like Oh, this is like one of those rock tumbling devices where you just take something rough, put it in there, turn it over for, a long, long time, and it comes out perfectly smooth. Like they've
Right.
edged off every possible error, it feels like, in
Yeah,
how they
except
build things.
imagine that like Hollywood is a rock tumbler that destroys rocks, because just at any given moment there are brilliant scripts that are being just torn to tiny little shreds. The Russell Crowe Robin Hood movie nobody remembers
Oh my
now,
God.
but you
Yes.
know about this?
I know
Like
the story, but please.
the original script went around Hollywood for 10 maybe 20 years, and it was just this famously
Originally called
amazing
Nottingham,
script.
right?
Yeah, because it had the Sheriff of Nottingham as the
As
protagonist.
as the protagonist, which is a brilliant, simple idea. And just like, oh,
Right.
take my money.
And it was supposed to be really well done. And by the time the Hollywood rock tumbler machine got done with it, it turned into a dark and gritty Robin Hood, which wasn't even bad. It was just so mediocre that half the people listening are like, wait, there was a Russell Crowe Robin Hood movie?
Yep, yep, yep.
Oh, and so, yeah, to my point, Hollywood does that to good
Yeah.
ideas. And in this case, Hollywood took these like weird pieces of, oh, wouldn't it be cool to meet your parents at your age?
Hmm.
Oh, what about this wacky character? And then out came this just perfectly polished
Well,
rock that,
and back to Gems, that was because Gale and Zemeckis had just made Romancing the Stone,
oh,
and that was a
right.
huge success. And it's like, okay, you can do what you want now. Like, oh, we've got the script.
We've
It's gonna
got
be
this
great.
script. Got it. And yeah, there's the whole Eric Stoltz being replaced by Michael J.
Yeah,
Fox. Just so many things
Michael J.
should have
Fox
gone
having to
wrong.
shoot it at the same time as Family Ties.
Family
So
Ties, that was it.
he would finish his day of shooting on the sitcom, and they would load him into like a van with a bed and ship him over to the
And
sound
some
stages.
cocaine.
One would hope.
Yeah.
Oh man. But
But yeah, that was a brilliant thing. And like part of the thing that makes this movie so damn good, a huge part, is just the chemistry between Marty and Doc. So Eric Stoltz is a fine actor, but if that
oh
doesn't
yeah.
work, then you have this pedophilic seeming like relationship between an old man and a high school student. Like the
Yeah,
fact
there's
that they
that.
can make that seem like a loving, natural relationship with not an ounce of creepiness to it, it's miraculous.
Absolutely. Yeah, they do a lot of hard work that you don't see on the surface, making weird ideas feel straightforward.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
but yeah, I was
that's
watching. I
fantastic.
did a watch on this going into this, and was just like really hit by how many things you cannot use at all. Like how much of the storytelling is the phrase is pure cinema. How they don't
Hmm.
use dialogue or action to get an idea across. It's just
Yes.
how they arrange the shots one after another. Oh, you see a news piece of news footage. You can't really hear it, but you see it and it says plutonium stolen. You
Yes.
see Marty walk through the like entry foyer of the lab. You see the skateboard roll and hit a box marked plutonium. It's like,
I got to run this experiment just when I was watching this before we recorded. My girlfriend was there, and I said, "Count, just say out loud everything you're learning from this opening shot." And my
oh yeah.
screenwriting professor in college called it the best shot in Hollywood history. Just and sure enough, just every element of the movie is laid out in this
Hmm.
supernatural way. Just one flowing take of the camera. I don't know. It's perfect.
Yeah, and that
They're
would be
both
such a
spectacular.
nightmare of an improv of like an opening 1 or 2 minutes where you introduce 20 different elements that all have to be picked up. I
Right. You ever try a like murder mystery in improv? It's just like
there's
everyone
a
tries to throw out clues and suspicious behaviors, and it all gets dropped.
oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, the best way I've seen that work is to create hidden information for the cast, where the cast
Mm,
knows who's getting killed and who did the killing. The audience
right.
doesn't, and you build around that.
And then you
But
build around that.
yeah.
Exactly. You know, that's freaking great. And everything short of that is like an improv story needs to be about one thing, and
Hmm.
I don't mean that literally. You can have your A and B plot if you're doing a long form thing,
Yeah.
but you need to define really clearly up front. And the way that Back to the Future connects to that is it's got a really simple log line of kid goes back in time, meets his teenage parents, and awesome. If you gave that to I bet if you got a class full of young improvisers today, half of
Yeah.
them wouldn't have seen Back to the Future. So you could say, here,
It's from
improvise it.
some old movie you haven't heard of. Go for it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
yeah, you can, as long as you have just a piece of the just the kernel of the story that you're going to tell, then it's fine. But you can't just start laying out random
yeah.
bits and hope that it's going to stitch together. It's going to do the
Well,
rock tumbler thing, but bad.
oh God. And that takes me to a couple of points I find really cool about Back to the Future in particular.
Hmm.
The first one is that I wish I could credit this properly, but there was a tweet that described 80s genre movies as being like the first 8 minutes of a traditional drama, and at the end, the last 8 minutes of a traditional drama, and in between is where all the genre stuff happens.
Wow.
So an example they cited was Die Hard in its initial minutes is
Hmm.
about a New York cop whose marriage is falling apart because he can't handle his wife's success on some level.
Huh.
And then the end
Amazing.
is them back together, having resolved the issues that were frustrating between them.
Wow.
And here in Back to the Future, you've got like an opening sequence that's what Marty is trying to set up the big date while dealing with just seething interfamily problems. Like nobody
Yeah.
seems to really like each other, nobody's happy,
Right.
and you could definitely see a drama coming out of it. And then by the end, in addition to everything else, but the core of it is that the family is healthy and affectionate and
Like in a better place.
in a
Yeah.
better place. Yeah.
I
Um,
was on this most recent watch. I was like, oh, they aren't quite as dysfunctional as I thought. Like they're having
oh
dinner as
yeah,
a family. The older
yeah,
brother and the dad are like laughing together at the thing, and that's useful in the movie because when it's not wildly implausible for everyone to be getting along at the end. You know,
that's a good point. Yeah,
everyone's just ticked up a notch. It's not a good situation. His mother is an alcoholic who's not quite sure why she married her husband. Like
yeah,
so but yeah, it was a tiny bit nicer than I remembered it being.
yeah. And I would add to that, like they don't go so far that you just hate them all. Like they
Right.
keep you in a place where you're like your heart kind of goes out to them, and that puts
Exactly.
you in the slot for the rest of the movie. And that's,
Yeah.
I think, absolutely something that, because we do so many genre shows in improv,
Hmm.
um, and I don't know if anybody really thinks about, like, well, I've seen shows do this to greater or lesser extents, but the notion of we're just going to do a drama that
Hmm.
happens to have a genre thing show up for most of its runtime, and
Yeah.
feeling that structure.
And Back to the Future is very much that. It's not so. Whenever I would teach narrative improv, or whenever I would teach genre specifically, I would draw a
Yeah.
circle on the whiteboard, and I would write in heist movie, and I would say, all right, fill this in. What do we got? You know, a
Mm.
big safe, got it. The wild card, you know, shootouts, just all the, you know, explaining the plan, everything you can think of for a heist movie. And this is what Merlin works anyway, maybe everywhere, is
Mm.
called the circle of expectations. And then I would say you're allowed one thing outside of the circle of expectations. So you can have a heist movie, and then there can be a dinosaur, and that's fine. You know,
Mm.
all right, we've got a dinosaur as part of the crew. Let's play with that twist on it. But you cannot have a dinosaur and aliens land because then you're
Yeah.
on the train to Crazy Town. And in Back to the Future is not a time travel movie with something else as the twist. It's a family movie, or as you say, like it has dramatic underpinnings, and time travel is the twist. Time travel is the unexpected thing that, you know, right
and
straightens his
and
life out.
that kind of matches how they came up with the movie, as I understand it, around 1980 when they were doing used cars.
Mm-hmm.
As I read in the Wikipedia, it was, I think, Bob Gale visiting his parents and thinking, wow, how did these people ever become friends? Kind of, not in a harsh way, but like he just couldn't imagine them as teenagers meeting. And I don't even think time travel was necessarily part of the plot at that point. Like there are other means of magic whereby you see young versions
Right.
of your parents.
Right.
Um,
And it could have been just like he just wakes up and it's never explained, you know.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And my actual favorite movie is Groundhog Day, and maybe the greatest strength in that movie is that they don't explain it. So it's not an automatic. Back to the Future would have been bad if they, you know, didn't have a time traveling DeLorean element to it. But
Yeah,
good thing
yeah.
it worked out.
But the other point that I was thinking from what we were just talking about is how, to me, and this may be way off, but as I think back on all time travel movies as a whole,
Mhm.
like it feels like after the Back to the Future, most of the time travel movies I think of have the sort of Back to the Future 2 feel, the sort of Christopher Nolan feel, especially of the time travel is doing a lot of interesting plot mechanics. Like,
Mhm.
okay, this is going to show you how this fits in with this, and this other thing is actually this person from the past, but
Right.
they were looking away from the camera or something like that. And that becomes spectacularly hard to do in improv of coming
No,
up with
don't
the
try that.
one time travel thing that explains the 20 weird things you have done before. I was on a Doctor Who improv show. I had that job a lot of the time, and it is exceptionally challenging and not something
Yeah.
you want to count on.
No, don't do that to yourself. Like, why would you hobble yourself in that way? The progression of linear time is a gift when it comes to telling an
when
improv
it comes to
story.
narrative. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah, Back to the Future 2 is very much more like um, loops and loops and going around other stories that have already happened. And especially all the time travel stories I think of since then um,
Hmm.
have that really strong element of we're solving the puzzle box.
Yeah.
Um, and honestly, I wonder if that makes improvisers kind of shy away from time travel as a genre thing, just because in modern times it's so again puzzle boxy and not so much thematic the way it hits in Back to the Future.
I
So
mean,
well,
for reasons already stated, I hope it makes them shy away from it.
yeah, if they're gonna try
If
and do that version of it.
Yeah, or if you're going to come up with a time travel format, then it needs to be a time travel format, and it needs to have some kind
Mhm.
of structure to prevent, just rails on the thing to guide you along. And past a certain point, it's like, why is this improv in the first place? So
Oh
it's
yeah.
nice to, yeah. And I've seen just truly madcap things. One of my all-time favorite, just one-off, maybe not one-off, improv formats I saw was Improv for Evil doing Time Hobo. Did you see this?
I've heard the legends. I didn't see the show. I know it was a running joke in that improv troupe for like a
Yep.
decade, and then they finally did.
And then they finally, yeah, I remember now. Yeah, they just said they would. Actually, I think Mike was Mike in improv. I don't know. He can answer.
Yeah.
But yeah, the premise is there's a time machine, and all of this is explained at the beginning. There's a time machine, and it's tuned only for one person. It can only work for the person that's in it the first time it's used. And
Hmm.
then on the night that it's left alone, a homeless person, played by Jason Vines,
Just
gets in
wanders
there and
in.
takes a nap and is zapped back in time. And now only this hobo can put time travel problems right again. So,
Oh wow.
the fun of the genre there is just the wildly unqualified person trying to do
Yeah.
this expert work, and it's fantastic and good example of like the the rails are the format, the stuff that's
Hmm.
explained before the improv even starts, and now you
Hmm.
have a nice type format, and that works because you're just jumping around from one thing to another. You're not looping back on yourself. You're not puzzle
Yeah.
boxing anything, and everyone can just enjoy the Bill and Ted silliness of it.
Yeah, and that's something that's a really good point, is that there are so many classically improv style games you can play with the notion of time travel. And that's
Yeah.
you see some of that in Back to the Future, how good of a game they make out of Marty McFly consistently screwing up his references and everyone around him assuming he's a sailor, right?
Yes, with the life preserver, and those vests have come back into style since 1985. So we've talk about a full circle thing. Side
Oh yeah.
note: I always said that the only Back to the Future remake I would ever accept would be made in 2015 and go back in time to 1985.
To the
But
making
now
of
that
Back to the Future.
yeah. So now that window is closed, then there should be no. And I won't spoil it here, but anyone listening can go to have they remade Back to the Future yet.com and see the results.
Oh god. But yeah, that was like another sort of watershed in that it was early enough in these blockbuster franchises that Galen Zemeckis got veto privileges over anything in perpetuity. And so,
The proverbial blank check.
yep.
To use podcast lingo.
Yeah, yeah. What was I gonna say? My mind just went totally blank. Oh, right, yeah. So that reminds me that like time travel, you can use it for games, for really solid, fun improv games, and then there's also the notion of using it for something thematic and kind of relationshipy. And so Back to the Future gets both, and both are available to improv, I think. Especially what you said about remaking it in 2015. There's something so unique about the 1955, 1985 difference, just because there was such an invention of the 1950s that was still kind of holding on at that point, that
Yes.
If we look back to, like right now, it would be a flashback to like 1991, 1992, where we kind of, there's a lot of footage of everyday people in 91, 92. If a parent who was a teenager then, who is my age essentially, came up with all sorts of stories about what life was like then, like a few minutes on the internet would give the lie to all of it. But like, it was, this is bringing me, oh, go ahead.
No, it was a genre there for a while. Happy Days was this, Grease was this.
Yeah.
30 years ago, things were better, and like, it's more problematic the more you think about it, and it's become more problematic as time goes by, because it's almost literally the Making America Great Again narrative. The notion that the 50s were a nice idyllic time, and Back to the Future really plays it up. There's all this graffiti on the school in the 80s, but not in the 50s. Marty, who has a rather dumb line where he says, "Man, they really cleaned this place up. Looks brand new." But yeah, that's we don't need to go off on a woke rant about it, but yeah, it's problematic in the existence of the genre. But even within that genre, there are tropes that you can use, and good God, tropes are your friends if you are trying to do, because back to the heist thing, if I get a group of improvisers I've never met before and say, I want to see a heist movie, then their brains immediately start firing off with all these references, and so does the audiences, and it's great. Everyone in the room is on the same page. And so if someone says, all right, I've got a job for you, then we know it's going to be the biggest job of his career. We know that, or her or their, we know that the thief is going to demand to retire. This is the last one. We know something's going to go wrong in the middle of it. Just like, the check boxes are going to be checked. And that's not only fine, that's fantastic, because sometimes we watch movies just to watch the wheels spin in just such a way. And that's the reason there have been 40 James Bond movies, because we like watch it. We like seeing what variety they can come up with as they are checking off those boxes. So please check off the boxes and trust the silliness of improv to provide the elements of chaos, in the middle of that.
And I'd add to that, like, we also watch these movies because we know we don't have to spend the first 15 minutes with like ham-handed exposition saying, this is a heist. This is what a heist is. This is how heists work. You don't have to build the infrastructure for a genre. You can just go with the story and everyone's on the same page.
Yes, and it can be something like you and I worked on Fiasco together, which is a genre that audience members aren't going to get. It's a somewhat popular board game, and no offense, it's a fantastic board game. But yeah, it's just nothing that the average audience member has in their head. But you can get your troupe, your cast together and crew, and say, all right, this is our playground, this is our sandbox, and these are the toys that we have in the sandbox, and how we can, all the different ways we can put them together. And you rehearse, the way you rehearse any improv, and get used to those tropes and get used to putting them together. And then you put it in front of an audience who's never heard of Fiasco, who might never have seen a Coen Brothers movie, but they connect with it because it looks polished. It looks like it just came out of a rock tumbling machine, pristine.
Well,
and it's really just people. It's really just people checking those mental boxes. Like, oh,
Yeah.
I see. We are
And
here and therefore that.
And a side thing of like, if you're doing an improv show that doesn't have like a heist, that doesn't have a standard genre that goes along with it, that sets audience expectations,
Right.
if you don't have that, then it's even more incumbent on you to set expectations with every single tool you have. Like
Mm-hmm.
the font on the flyer or on the program should give them some indication of what genre they're in for. So like for Fiasco in that case, we were
Yeah.
working off of Coen Brothers movies via a board tabletop role-playing game. That's not a genre that we can count on the audience knowing. So everything we're using, like the classic Hitchcock Saul Bass font, we are
Mm-hmm.
using his sort of artwork. We're playing the sort of jazz you would associate with an old heist movie or an old crime caper, everything to get them in the pocket of sort of inventing the genre for them as they're walking in the door and sitting down to watch your show.
Exactly. And you and I know damn well through Fiasco, but also through many Hideout main stage shows that we've seen and been a part of, the extent to which the tech, the crew can help make this happen. Just the lights and sound and music choices can psychologically affect the audience to get them in the mood that they need to get in. And so you could go up and not even speak English and understand, what's what mood is being projected at you, and you can get involved in that way.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I wanted to tug on the thread of comparing 1955 and 1985, not on the
Mm-hmm.
problematic aspects of it, but rather like this notion of if you kind of how good 80s cinema is at or 80s genre cinema is at presenting things that feel kind of out of time and apolitical, and as soon as you kind of scrape off the surface of them a little bit, you see it engaging in something that's really of the time and a social issue at the time. So like Back to the Future, innocent story about traveling in time and meeting your parents, but like you look at it closely, it's like our parents have been lying to us about the 1950s. Let's dig into that.
Right. Yeah, it almost should have gone the other way. Not should have. It's great the way it is, but you can imagine the alternative when they are speaking rose. Man, let's just workshop a remake right now of Back to the Future where the parents are going on about how amazing it was 30 years ago, how that's when America was great, and then the protagonist goes back in time and sees, oh, that's how it is. And the movie dips its toe into that in terms of like the dad being a peeping Tom and the mom being a big drinker as a teenager.
And what is his name? Goldie Brown?
Goldie Wilson.
Goldie Wilson, who is stuck sweeping the floors at the diner and doesn't have a chance to do his destiny as mayor of the town.
As the mayor. Oh yeah, that's one of the things that has not aged well, is the fact that like Marty gives the black floor sweeper the idea to run for mayor, which he successfully does, and then later he inspires Chuck Berry to
invent rock and roll.
Yeah, exactly. That might get a pass because it's technically an endless time loop. He's just hearing music.
We could say Chuck Berry invented his own music. It just depends where you put the start and end of the loop.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, it's interesting to imagine the alternative. But I mean, part of the reason the movie works is because it does a bit of both. It has fun with like, all right, things were nicer on the surface back in the 50s, but it hints at,
it's not quite the world that our parents told us it was.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm over here thinking I need to find out, like, I can't imagine my parents ever being in love, and they're great, and they're just, this is nothing against either one of them, but they're such different people, and I need to talk to them sometime about, like, take me back. I'm curious, like, what this was like. And I know, as any adult knows, how people change over time. So it would just be interesting to hear the story of how it evolved,
So like Bob Gale had that conversation, and I think also was getting inconsistent information from his parents at different times when they told him the story.
A little Rashomon thing happening.
Yeah. But I was thinking of like like Star Wars seems completely apolitical if you don't realize it was made right after like Watergate and all of those
Mm.
things. There are
Hmm.
just so many things where we feel like to do genre work or to do sci-fi, we are going to abstract it out of the world we're in. And
Yeah, no, I mean
that never works in my opinion.
well, it doesn't work, and it shouldn't work. Like what
Yeah.
sci-fi should do is talk about themes that exist in the here and now. What fantasy should do is show the ways that, you know, character motivations are consistent no matter how many dragons
Yeah.
are flying at you, and which spell you're using. Yeah, because that's all world building stuff. I should know. I've like tried to write a book over and over and I just can't
Oh
get out
no.
of the world building elements, you know. And I'm like, no, but it needs to be about people, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're doing a freaking genre, then that's your excuse for being on stage. That might be
Yeah.
overstating it, but it's not the reason anyone's going to care.
Yeah, to
I
come away
Sean
with it
Hill,
from something.
yeah, Sean Hill used to say after like an okay show, he would say, "I think the audience liked it. I don't think they'll be thinking about it tomorrow." And I've used
Yeah.
that as a for yeah, everything that was 20 plus years ago that he said that, and then I think about that to this day. And
Wow.
I've said, you know, my wisdom that I've told students before is like your goal should not be to get a laugh. Your goal should be to get the audience to go, "Oh,"
Oh
and you
yeah.
know, it doesn't even have to be a sappy thing, but
Yeah.
that's an indication that they've experienced an emotion that they'll be remembering
Yeah.
as they walk out of the theater. You know.
Yeah, you're making memories with your show.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
that's
Another thing Back to the Future does well is really, and that directly relates to improv,
hmm.
is lots and lots and lots of exposition, and not just exposition but repeated exposition. And
Uh-huh.
I loved that from as an improviser. They're sitting at dinner and the daughter says, "No, we know, mom, you felt sorry for dad, so you took him to the fish under the
Oh
sea dance."
yeah.
No, nope, it was the enchantment under the sea dance.
Hmm.
And you know, just tells the story so explicitly. They get back to the 50s, there's posters all over the place for the enchantment under the
Enchantment
sea
is, yeah.
dance. And yeah, and it just like they repeat it so much that you could see Back to the Future once, but you would remember that the name of the dance was the Enchantment Under the Sea Dance.
Yeah.
And great, we've done the activity where you see how many times you can say a character's name in a scene, which
And it's
a
never too
sounds
many.
never too many. Like it sounds way less awkward than you think it will sound to just like say it over and over. And there's the TJ and Dave, trust us, this is all made up. They're
Mhm.
at one point in the thing they're talking about the boss who they're planning to kidnap, and the boss's name is Lon Chambers, and
Oh
they say it
no.
repeatedly like that, just stretched out.
Oh.
Lon Chambers, and I will never in for my life forget the name Lon Chambers from this random improv show.
Oh man. Yeah,
So Back to
I
the
think
Future does that. He talks about the pine tree. He drives past the Twin Pines Mall. He talks about you have this pine tree notion, and the angry farmer says you killed my pine trees, and so that by the time we get the payoff of the Lone Pine Mall at the end of the movie, then it's perfectly set up in your brain, and just
yeah, like a couple things I would add to that that people can keep in mind for shows is that um, long exposition at the start of a show can often
mm-hmm.
actually be good in that like that's where the audience is like, oh, you're telling me what's a thing that's going on that's true about this world, and there's like this conscious like, okay, I'm in good hands. And there's not a whole action sequence that started up to get interrupted by somebody with a clipboard saying, now this is how time travel works. um,
Right, exactly. And
and they're great
yeah.
at making a lot of the exposition into real character interactions, like the
Hmm.
getting the name wrong for enchantment under the sea. That is a classic, like, yes, the kid is tired of hearing about this, they're whining about it, and then the parent is needlessly correcting them on a detail. Like all
Yes.
of that sits so deeply into character.
Oh God, it's so great. Like, who gives a shit about the name of the dance? Well, the mom does because it
Yes.
was the last time she was happy.
Oh
So,
God.
and like, even if that's not literally true, it's like obviously it has some resonance for her. If 30 years later she's like, nope, nope.
Hmm.
So, um, Right. And like, it doesn't have to be that tragic, but when something impacts you as a character, then you're going to care about it to that
Yeah,
level.
you use the exposition to inform your character, to create conflicts in the moment, to do you're still doing storytelling as much as you can, even while you're getting
Hmm.
all that info out.
And the movie works with repetition as well. Another great, the Lon Chambers thing.
Mm,
It works with repetition with Biff bullying George in two different time periods, almost
mm.
word for word. And good, that's character. That shows that nothing has changed from one thing to the next. And the payoff there is again at the end of the movie when this time it's George who's being the bully, or close enough to it.
Rule of threes.
Yeah, like the big rule of threes stretches across the entire trilogy, which is Marty getting knocked out and having the "mom is that you" scene with his mother, and just seeing the variation that they come up with across three wildly different time periods. And yeah, by the third one, they're not even trying to fake you on it. You're just like feeling the satisfaction of, yes, third in a series. I'm enjoying this.
And that reminds me too of like how much of Chicago style, Harold style, like we're doing this scene and then repeating a variation in the next beat and then repeating a variation in the next beat. Just
Hmm.
how much of that you can do in narrative, and it helps tie it together and helps again set audience expectations so that they.
And tells you what to do as well. There's
Mm,
the Half-Life improv game
mhm.
where do a scene and then do it in half that time and half that time. So you go from 2 minutes to 1 minute to 30 seconds and so forth. And when that game works, it usually works because there's a killer button on it. Even if it's not a super funny button, it's something that the player can say and the audience knows, aha, we have reached the end. And the person in the booth knows, aha, it's time to pull the lights. And yeah,
Mm.
it's delightful whenever you can hit that over and over and over. And maybe by the last time you go, it's just the player announcing loudly the button and then the lights being pulled.
Excellent. I think this might be a good point to bring in, let's see, Michael Furstenfeld is here on the
Mm.
call. Um,
Ooh,
and I hope I haven't brought him in while he's in another room or anything like that.
no, no, he
I
should be
think
along.
too, he's been setting up an entire map of the time travel throughout the film
Oh
series,
God.
which I am eager to see. Oh, but
Just when you think you're the biggest nerd, a bigger nerd comes
there's
along.
always I I just one thing that I noticed too that really struck me was the ability this movie has to use to sort of weaponize audience discomfort.
Ah,
Like this first hit me with the first time George McFly asks out Lorraine and ends up saying, what was the line? Like, my density has topped me into you.
yes.
Just like they're setting up a situation. You're like, no, I can't even imagine how bad this is going to be. And they keep making it worse and worse and more doomed. And then when the scene turns into something else, you get this huge relief out of it. And
Right.
and
Yeah, it's a good moment because despite him radically screwing up, she thinks it's kind of cute,
mm,
which is a great rom-com trope in and of itself. Is you do the
mhm.
thing wrong, and the potential romantic partner is charmed anyway, and it makes it more plausible that she's going to fall for him at the end of the movie
Yeah, yeah.
when he stands
Uh,
up. And I did want to say, yeah, talk a bit about the famous punch when George McFly finally like wallops him.
oh yeah.
I've I've often used that as a perfect example of characters not changing who they are, because George has this moment of rage, goes into a
Mhm.
fist and punches out Biff, and great emotional reveal, and then he turns to Lorraine, and his voice and hand shake, and are you okay? And
Mm.
he's still George. He hasn't like hulked out on us, and he just had a moment of bravery, and you believe that the bravery was inside him the whole time. You don't think he just suddenly became someone else, and you certainly wouldn't want him to
Oh
permanently
yeah.
become someone else. So he's
Yeah.
just George, and he's done that. And it's nice whenever Cookie Monster is another example I always give of like compelling character. We love Cookie Monster because he just has the one thing, and every single thing that you throw at him will be filtered through the
I
fact
would
that he
like
loves
cookies.
cookies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so much. So Cookie Monster might do a scenario where he punches somebody out, but he's still going to want a cookie to celebrate that he,
Sure. And
punched the bully.
yeah, like sometimes I think of this as like characters don't change who they are, but maybe they change how they deal with who they are or how they
Uh,
work with who they are. Like Cookie Monster of late has decided that cookies are a sometimes food,
Sometimes food. Yeah,
but that
exactly.
doesn't change his fundamental nature. That's just different behavior layered on top of it.
Exactly. And it's, yeah, like Ron Swanson is another just famously compelling, like compelling characters can be one dimensional, at least
Mm,
on the surface, at least on the, how they interact with the world. And Ron Swanson is a certain way, but, uh, by the end of the series, he's supporting Leslie Knope's campaign, even though she's against everything that he stands for. But they do it in this nice, elegant way where you see, yeah, this fits his moral compass to be supporting his friend in this way, and to
yeah.
see that there's something deeper there beyond the politics of how they're running this small town.
Right.
So
I'm trying to think if there are improv exercises already based around that. Like you have this character who is very simple and wants this one thing. How do we take
mhm,
that character to all of these different kind of points on the circle? How do we make them how can we make this person bravely fight a dragon? How can we make
right.
this person like completely get frustrated in line at the DMV? Like how can you take a character to situations that don't seem to have to do with their character or don't seem in line with the Cookie Monster getting cookies, but still they're holding on to that and finding a way to do the thing. Uh,
Yeah, I know I've done them, and one's not popping into my head right now, but
mm, they're out there
like
though.
one of Jill Bernard's six characteristics of a character, her Vapapo model, like
Oh
how you
yeah,
make a
yeah.
character.
Joe
Yeah,
Bernard out of
voice, attitude, posture, animal, prop, obsession.
mm,
And so obsession would be, the Cookie Monster. Attitude would be the Ron Swanson and so forth. But it can be as simple as just standing a certain way, and that your voice and attitude are going to flow from the fact that you're hunched over and using a cane and something like that. And yeah, I've done activities like, okay, you're walking around up and down the grocery store. You're just shopping for groceries. Go ahead, as yourself. Don't be funny. Don't
yeah.
amuse me. Go. And then I'll call out, okay, you're still at HEB. You're still looking for the skim milk. But you are a trained assassin, and you are ready for ninjas to pop out at any moment.
Yeah.
Okay, now you're a person who's just won the lottery, but knows that you cannot possibly tell anyone. You need to keep this a secret, but you
Mm.
still need that skim milk. And so it's not quite what you're saying. It's almost the opposite. It's like here's an activity, and how are people
It's
with
the
different
converse
sorts of
of it, sort of.
attitudes
Yeah.
doing it.
But yeah, it's like that classic. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm gonna do the next. Where your character has to do the next thing, and you're just gonna leap into the action and find afterwards how this person justifies it to themselves. um,
Exactly. It's uh I remember once it was a spacework error on my part where I think I've told you, it was a Thanksgiving scene, and we had spaceworked a table right down the center of the stage towards the audience. And at one point, I was a member of the family, and at one point, I crossed across the stage like an idiot and just walked right through the
through.
imaginary table that we
Oh
had really
no.
clearly defined. And everyone else in that scene, there were like five of us, and so the other four, all in just perfect unison, we're like, holy, what the why'd you do that? And we're just like lighting up. And I realized what I had done. But it was a beautiful gift from my castmates. Like, I turned around, I was like, that's right, no more Thanksgiving. and
Yeah.
then I just and then just what I knew of my character thus far, I had to put together a monologue about like why I suddenly hated Thanksgiving, and it
Yep.
had to end. Mike's here.
Yeah. Mike, welcome.
Hello. No, you're on mute. No, we're going to talk about you until your audio.
I gotta add myself to the spotlight and change the scene transition and stuff, but
Yeah.
I'm almost here. I'm almost
Mike
there.
is doing all the ones and
Great.
zeros right
Here we
now.
go. Add spotlight. There I am. Here I am. Okay.
Mike!
Hey, yeah, so you brought up two things that I wanted that well, first of all, you reminded me that Jump and Justify was my favorite improv game. Just make a decision and then
Yeah.
figure out why the character made it. Like let your body make the decision for you. And
Yeah.
then the other thing was like the big thing for me on Back to the Future that I learned on my most recent rewatches and in playing the video game. I've been playing the video game
Oh
is
yeah.
just
I didn't
how
think about that.
much space place setting informs storytelling and how much work that town square is doing for this story.
One
Like,
set.
yeah, but I've now seen that town square like at least 7 iterations of it. The clock tower and the shops on the line and the movie theater in the background, and it's a courthouse, and that comes into play in the video game later,
Oh,
when
cool.
Doc pre-inventor days, he's just a court, lackey for his father, the judge, and in the
Wow.
Prohibition
I didn't
era,
know
and
this.
so just how much work that space that initial place setting is doing. And you already mentioned the other big thing. I mean, obviously the first, yeah, it's like a film school dream, that first shot of like the slow pan, which is doing
Yeah.
also a lot of scene setting. Like you are getting this slow pan of all the clocks, but then you have a photo of, and then you have like all these little hints for things that are going to happen late. Like you got the newspaper article of the clock tower or something.
It is wonderful to see how the movie uses the term is false documents. It's just like the newspaper that's invented for the film that provides information, and we never really get that in improv. Although there are probably ways to do it with like projection of just like, oh, here's a news story that exists in your reality. Deal with it.
Yeah, newspapers are a lot, and I know I went ahead and watched some key parts of Back to the Future 2 and 3 last night as well, just in case.
Yep. Yep.
And
Yep.
then the documents are so important. That is how we know that it's working. Like Doc has a
Right.
newspaper that says he was committed, and he's got that when he's in the storm, flying above. And Marty's got a different newspaper that says his father was killed. And
Right.
so they've got two different newspapers, and so they both have the realization, separately that it worked
With
out.
separate controls.
And
Yeah.
the funny thing is the values for me as a filmmaker and improviser, I guess, like just the film's values, which by which I mean, if you get mental help for your mental health problems or whatever, that's very bad. That's very bad. Like any jail time at all is very bad. Any jail time is
Got
bad.
it.
Like jail time necessitates time travel. It's so bad. And what is good? Rewards. Like the Doc gets
yeah.
a reward. Marty's dad gets an award for being a great novel writer, and Marty gets the truck as a reward.
You know the story about Crispin Glover basically quitting over the wonderful like commercial success ending of Back to the Future 1, right?
I knew that he quit.
Go
Yeah,
on.
go. Yeah,
I know he quit.
I know that's not him upside down, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Or that was I don't know if it was exactly what I know it was a huge conflict between Crispin Glover and the creative team of like hating how they basically the family becomes successful yuppies at the end of the film with the nice house
Okay.
and the nice furniture and everything.
Oh,
And
capitalism.
Mr. Glover perhaps predictably is like, oh, this is just, stupid bourgeois.
That's
Bull
Crispin
crap.
Glover for you.
Yep.
I mean, since we're on the subject of Crispin, I feel like he is the biggest clown. I don't know, Julie, are you there? Am I bringing you in too soon? Do you have anything to say about Crispin, or because I could keep going about film? Are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm ready. Yes.
Oh, sweet.
Yes, Crispin Glover is like among my favorite things about this movie because he's so like you guys were talking about the like kind of tropes of like we can take this kind of person and put them in this sort of story, and I was like, oh, you're talking about like commedia dell'arte. Like you don't need to know anything about anything to be like this person and this person in this scenario will be fun. Like this thing will cause fun and this thing will cause fun. And so it's like you've set up this like weird, like here is this family made up of cartoons And can we talk about the old age makeup too?
Oh, sure.
Also, admittedly, I only saw Back to the Future for the first time like a few days ago.
Oh, wow.
And it's one of those things. It's like it's in the culture, so I like knew it, but I hadn't actually sat down and watched it. And so like knowing what it was, I was like, what is that? It's terrible. But yeah, so watching these tropes and then watching Crispin Glover's character both in 1985 and in the 50s, I was like, he's so like wet, like he's so like lizardy and like just like like it's so
Wet and lizardy.
like I think about like the lines, the way that characters move and like the lines that they create, like his lines are just a straight like squiggle to everyone else is like, here's how I am posturing, and and then Marty's like, I'm sort of slouchy, unsure, and then Crispin's like, like so good.
Now I want cartoons of all of these.
There was a cartoon series, right?
Oh, there was. I knew that.
There was, and I started that after my initial pandemic rewatch of the trilogy. I did go back and start the cartoon, and it is wacky. Christopher Lloyd is actually there in the pre and post. Actually, did you guys know this? Did you know that Bill Nye made one of his television debuts on the Back to the Future cartoon?
Wow.
As like Doc is, ends up the episode, Doc gives a little recap, and then he's like, and now to the science guy to do an experiment. And he's just the science guy, and he has no voice. He's just clowning, and it's worth a watch. Jules and Vern are there.
Yeah, they're kind of the kids.
Yeah, kids that get in trouble.
I do have this map over here, and I could get into it, but like I could spend a while on that because as a I think you guys picked it over pretty good, and I think it's been picked over pretty good for like what can we learn filmmaking wise, But as a mind mapper and a mapper of time and and consequence, I could go into some of that, but also I feel like the three heroes, of this of this show, they're all. I don't think we're done talking about Commedia quite yet. Like Biff is this, classic. I mean, and Doc, Marty, and Marty's dad all fill these different roles, and they're all different kinds of clowning. They're all different kinds of clowns in their own right. But you're right, like George is the stringiest. he's the clowniest.
What I think is great too is that like Doc like should be the like cartooniest,
right?
Like,
and he does do this. He's like to the future. He does that.
Right. Has the most like, but honestly,
it's very still.
Yeah, like he moves the plot around so much that like you could animate him just like a little like Tasmanian devil kind of like. He's just like constant movement, but like in a way, he's the one who like gives us so much information and moves us from point A to point B that like it's kind of a lot of the like I was sort of like, oh yeah, Doc, like he's almost he's not the least interesting character, but like I'm more interested in the other ones, like where you're like, oh, you're chaos,
Julie,
got it, okay.
Yeah, you as a new Back to the Future viewer, Doc is wackier in the first movie than in the second and third. It's like they dial it back. Like in the first one, he seems to have invented time travel by accident, and he's just a terrible inventor in all other ways. He almost goes through time without bringing his extra plutonium. He's just an absolute spaz. And then in the second and third one, like by the third one, he's got a romantic subplot, and you're kind of rooting for him in that way. So that's an interesting evolution of a character where they're almost kind of retconning it. Like, he's not quite as wild as we made him look at first,
Yeah.
It impresses me, exactly. Like taking a closer look at the characters, how far, I know very little about clowning, but I feel like I can say like how far they go with their physicality. It's fascinating to look at how far apart all the voices are, even though they're in the same like race, class, location. Nobody has an accent really, but they're all way far apart from each other. And it like the movie, I guess, sets this level of heightenedness that you can expect from everything, that while you're watching it, it doesn't feel, to me, it doesn't feel like crazy fantasy heightened. Like, oh yeah, there's a mall in the background. It looks like a mall.
Right.
But it lets them get away with like George McFly taking, or Crispin Glover taking George McFly so far. I'd love to hear more about like technically what he's doing. And as a viewer, I'm just like, yeah, that's that guy. And it's just like how far you can go in performance without losing your audience.
I think too, the fact that the movie sets up, it's such a like wink to the audience. Like there's so much of like, I'm gonna make your scooter into a skateboard, and I'm gonna skateboard, and the like Chuck Berry like, listen to this, like it's such a huge wink to the audience that it feels like we're in on it. Of like, we'll allow this because we know it's 1950. We know that it's like a copy machine. What? How great! Like, you know, like we're in on that joke. You know?
Oh yeah, that was from Mad Men, right? It's not like there's a magic machine that makes copies. Yeah.
That is my other big takeaway as a filmmaker is like, how much is the audience willing to let us get away with, and like how dumb can we make this character and still have him be? I'm talking about Marty, guys. Can we talk about Marty? Marty
is a mystery and an enigma.
Marty is like, he is kind of terrible. He is a clown in his actions. You know, his plan is to put the moves on his own mother so that his father has to save her. Like, that's his big, brilliant plan.
Yeah, he intends to sexually assault his mom.
Yeah, that's his big plan. He saves himself and in a you know, thrilling climactic moment, and then he loses himself immediately in the song and plays the song and completely loses track of everything, and like that moment could have ruined history. Like also his little jam there. You know, I mean, I could go on about all of the terrible decisions that he makes, but I think like Dan Harmon really exploited that in Rick and Morty, like how just sort of measly and dumb this kid is, you know, to the point of they're now exploring that stereotype and everything. But I'm like, how many wrong choices can he make and the audience still wants him to win? Like, and how many times can the chicken thing get under his skin before we're like, dude, get over it. Like, learn your lesson already. It takes till the third movie for him to get over
but
that.
It doesn't appear at all in the first one. It's whole cloth second movie.
Is that right? See, I've watched them too much now.
No,
they all blend together. Wow.
It's so weird.
The chicken thing.
There are so many weird. There are so many to my mind when I think about it.
Oh, you don't even know. Julie doesn't even know about the chicken thing.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's again weird. Like Marty McFly doesn't seem to me to have a lot of internal problems he's working through. I think I remember this referenced in Blank Check about it. How the chicken thing becomes here's an issue he can work through. And like I never really know what his status is relative to the world around him.
That's the thing. It's values. I think he values coolness. He doesn't value dweebs. He doesn't value weakness or dweebs. When his kid, it turns out, is a dweeb, that's like the worst thing in the world. Worth changing the future over. He doesn't want his son to be a dweeb.
And I'm not saying any of this is a weakness in the movie or anything. It's just one of those things where it's like, how did they get away with that? How did they make that work?
Yeah, and yeah.
Because they do.
Because they do. Because he's charming, and they didn't get away with it when it was Eric Stoltz.
Oh wow.
It wasn't work. It didn't work when it was Eric Stoltz because Eric Stoltz is too cool, but Marty is a bit more of a clown.
Yeah.
Did we talk about this yet? Sorry, go.
If we're talking about Commedia again, like this is strictly Arlecchino. Like he's like got plans.
Thank you.
They're all pretty terrible, but they're all
cool.
like, and then he kind of like loses him. Like we've set up that like he cares about his girlfriend, he cares about being cool, and he cares about the guitar, and so like. Those are the things that like and he cares about Doc, I guess. But that like he's
and Einie.
Right. He sort of has to like be reminded that like, oh yeah, the plan, right? Okay. But then like of course he gets locked in a trunk, and like of course it like.
So it's Commedia. Thank you for that.
That's the answer.
Yeah. Can you name the other ones like rapid fire, like Biff, Doc,
Oh man,
George?
I mean, Doc is Dottore, like he's the kind of harebrained, like, or like the like Becky old people. Biff is definitely Capitano, the like blowhard idiot. The mom is Columbina, I guess. There's not a lot of women in Commedia anyway, but it's always like, or like a Smeraldina type that Arlecchino goes for, but like what a good classic Commedia scenario. Be like, you're totally into her, she's totally into you, but twist, it's your mom.
Another of that playing with audience discomfort thing, because I know that the Bobs wanted to take that as far as they could and make the audience as uncomfortable as they could to get that like response.
Mission accomplished.
Totally.
Which is something I don't really see talked about inside of improv, is like, how do we make the audience uncomfortable here and then release them from it? And I don't know if an improv audience would be ready to roll with that either. You have to sort of train the audience for the show you're doing.
I've certainly seen improv shows that play with the uncomfortable nature of it. I'm more worried about the performers and making sure that they're okay with it. You kind of, much like porn, you know it when you see it. Like you can tell whenever the uncomfortableness on stage is the players having fun with the audience instead of like, wait, to what extent is everyone cool here? You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Are we playing with it, or are we just doing it accidentally, or making people uncomfortable?
Yeah. This is a bit off track, but was it Blackout? It was John Gibbertatios and a group of black improvisers that were playing at the Hideout, and they played a scene where they had white audience volunteers on stage and set them up to say what a black person would say in this case. And it was just, you just watch the audience members just die of embarrassment on there. And that was fun. That was like, the joke is on the audience, you know, like they were kind of claiming control of the room in that way. So that's how you can have fun. Like that's an example of something that was deeply uncomfortable, but also just delightful. And, you know, we all enjoyed the hell out of it.
Yeah. Some amount of discomfort, I guess, is good. One more thing about values: hair is very important to these guys. Doc is glad he still has his hair, and and they're making a big deal about Strickland. Did he ever have hair? Jeez, that guy. Yeah. So I'm slightly offended by the values of this movie, but I freaking love it, and I love Marty, and it helps to know that it's a straight out of a Commedia thing. That there's this character that he's good intentions, but he just forgets sometimes that he's not supposed to mess with the future and pick up. In the second one, he like actively is about to try to change his future. He gets a sports almanac from the future and he's going to take it back with him. And Doc is like, don't do that. But
which is funny, but like that's a good example of how the part 2 retcons part 1, because in part 1 Doc is like, oh, I tore up the letter, and then I was like, what the hell? Like, so Doc is a bit more cavalier, and he's super lectury in part 2. Part 2 is not good improv, by the way, because part 1 ends with Doc saying, I've got a problem with your kids, you should bring Jennifer along. And then there may be something else he says up there, but part 2 immediately, like in the first scene, cancels all that out. And
it's a different Jennifer. It goes out of the story almost immediately.
Wait, it's a different actress?
The whole movie.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different actress? Whoa. And then they put her out of the movie entirely for like almost immediately. She has a good scene, but then she's
a whole scene?
Yeah. And that ultimately, her destiny is why I had to draw all of this, because I had to understand what Doc meant by that it will change around her instantaneously when they fix the past. Like I had to understand how time travel functions in this world and what its consequences are and how long they take. Like when is it a ripple effect where people slowly fade out, and when is it instantaneous? And I think I have some answers, but I don't think
Mike,
I don't know if we have time. Okay. So if you guys are watching on the Twitch, you will be able to see it.
Okay.
Are you watching on the Twitch?
I'll pull it up here.
I am not watching on the Twitch. Hold
Okay.
on.
Go ahead.
Okay. One moment.
Begin
This
your
is
lecture.
Dead air.
Dead air is the best.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
just proves that it's live. Okay. All right.
Exactly.
Okay. I'm almost there.
There you go.
I'm almost there. I just have to adjust this a little and get our faces
Side note,
in
while
there.
you set that up, yeah, Julie, in part 2, Elizabeth Shue replaces the part of Jennifer, like, as a new thing. And my friend on the podcast said, that he knew it would be impossible, but the most amazing thing ever would be if at the end of part 1 of the original movie, he came back and Jennifer was a different actress.
That would have been
Like,
great. That would have been.
Oh no, what did I mess up?
That would have been ideal.
And he's like, "You're Elizabeth Shue."
Yeah, exactly. Adventures in Babysitting.
That's a great movie.
Okay, cool. I had to get all 4 of us on the share screen, but now here we go. I'm transitioning. Okay. Can I still hear you guys? All right. Yeah. You still got.
Here I
Okay.
am.
Okay. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Okay. So this was where I started. Okay, and this is Back to the Futures 1 and 2. But then I was like, okay, I don't have enough room. I have to go. I have to start again. So this is Back to the Futures 1, 2, and 3. Okay. We're starting in 1985A, and we're dealing with like at least 4 different 1985s. But here's the thing, y'all. I wanted to show you that, but like I gotta get some more dead air because I did a different map.
No, it's fine. It finally caught up, so I can see what your camera's showing.
But I want to do a different map. I want to
See.
do a different map. Yeah. Yeah. So if we can, let's see if we can get.
Can I
a
take
little
this dead air
closer
opportunity
there.
to point out that Cookie Monster actually was singing about healthy food in the 90s?
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, he made it's like very like early 90s rap. Like he's got like the big chains and the hat, and he's got
Me,
this,
Cookie Monster, and me here to say.
exactly, exactly. And then they redid it in like the early 2000s where he's got weird like Muppet dreads, and Wyclef Jean is there.
Oh,
Mike John is there.
I just want to point that out. Pre like Veggie Monster social media making too much of this. Like, great. If you want a good time on YouTube, healthy food.
Yeah, the
Rabbit
various
hole.
Sesame Street characters are hilarious on Twitter, by the way.
true.
Cookie Monster, Bert, Ernie, the Count, they've all got good Twitter follows.
I see screen sharing.
Yeah, it's gonna happen. Yeah, I'm sharing the new map with you because this is good. I think it makes sense, but it's gonna be even better in a second here. All right, screen mirroring. But yeah, how do you feel like you guys did? Did you get it all out? Did you say everything that you can steal from Back to the Future for improv?
I think I covered the bulk of my notes here.
Rated,
All right,
rated the shelves dry.
awesome.
Go.
Okay, and air playing to my MacBook, and that should be it, right? All right, here we are on my iPad. Okay, here we go. This is a much cleaner.
Oh, there we go.
Yes. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay. All right. There we go.
You're
So
going through time.
here we go. Are we ready? Okay.
Oh God.
If there's nothing
Colors.
else. Okay, so we start in 1985A with Doc and Marty experimenting with the device. Oh, let me change my Twitch view here to a bigger view real quick. All right, and Doc and Marty go back to 1955 and fuck with shit, and it creates a phantom. This is what I'm calling a phantom 1985 B, where Marty does not exist, and this phantom 1985 kind of starts to gradually wipe out all of this timeline so that Marty starts to disappear. However, they fix everything in 1955 and they make better choices even. And George lives out a stronger, more confident life, and they create 1985C, which is like the one where, you know, they're very successful and everything's great. Marty's got a truck now. Meanwhile, Doc went off to 2015 to check it out and landed in 2015A, where Marty's son got sent to jail, and he goes back to the present, takes Marty with him to go back to 2015A. They create this 2015B where Griff goes to jail instead of Marty. But in doing so, because of the whole Jennifer subplot, they're going to get her Biff. And because Marty is a Lucario, is that what you called it?
Arlecchino.
Larkino?
Arlecchino.
Arlecchino, thank you. Because he steps away from the time machine for like 15 minutes or something. Enough time for old Biff to get in the time machine, go back to 1955, give himself a sports almanac, and then travel back.
Hearing all of this, not having seen it.
Sorry, mute me if you care about spoilers. And he then, in a deleted scene, we see old Biff then fades out of existence as soon as he gets back to 2015B. So meanwhile, Doc and Marty have no idea this happened. They head back, but meanwhile, this is like rippling out. So all this timeline is gone now. It's all gone now. It's all gone. And what Biff has done, when he turns 21, he's able to place a bet, and he creates this new timeline, 1985D, where Biff is king, Biff is Trump, and that is what Doc and Marty return to, 1985D. It's like this dystopian 1985. It's crazy. So they bounce right off of that, and they go to an amazing chalkboard scene happens in 1985D, though. Great chalkboard scene.
Much like what you're seeing right now.
A little simpler. And then they have to go back to 1955 and get the almanac from young Biff before he turns 21. And they then stay there for momentarily, because when they resolve everything, they look at the newspapers. Everything's good. The newspapers say everything's good. But Doc is in midair when that happens, gets struck by lightning, gets sent back to 1885 to the Old West, and leaves the DeLorean in a cave until for 100 years. 1955, Doc and Marty find it in 1955, send Marty back to 1885, where he is able to help out Doc, and then together they create 1985E, which is the Infinity Stone, the Sacred Timeline.
Right, that's where it joins up with the MCU.
That's where it joins up.
Julie, at some point in there, Mike started lying about how the movie's going. Where was it?
Oh, God.
Oh, fuck.
I'm just kidding.
There's no one named Griff.
Yeah. No, there's Biff and Griff and Mad Dog. Buford Mad Dog. So did I do okay? Did I do it, Kevin?
Somebody at one point pointed out that there's a certain date in 1955 when there are like 5 different DeLoreans in Hill Valley, maybe 4.
Well,
just all the various.
They just keep accumulating.
Yeah, and
what
then
you just showed us leads to like there's one in the cave that's been there since the 19th century. So yeah.
And I wanna have the character and object cards in this timeline. That's the only thing it's missing currently. That'll be my next iteration. Next summer, yeah. But yeah, then we don't have to get into this, but then in the video game, like when the DeLorean was struck by lightning, apparently, according to Telltale or whoever wrote the video game, they consulted with Gale, but it created a duplicate DeLorean that was sent back to Prohibition era. So it created like a time clone or something. And that's where I'm like, okay. I mean, I love the video game. I really do. But
This continuity goes too
Yeah, duplicate DeLorean creation
If they
through
weren't,
No,
time.
sir.
if they weren't running moonshine in the DeLorean, then what are we even doing here?
Yeah.
It's sort of like in the Wild West movie, they had the scene of them like pulling the DeLorean with galloping horses like a stagecoach, and the scene makes no sense even within the scene. They're like they literally say, "There's no point in us doing this." But apparently, the creators were like, "No, we can't have a Wild West Back to the Future movie without galloping horses pulling the DeLorean." So,
And yeah, and I think that's a good general takeaway. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, as long as you're having a good time and having fun and keeping it keeping it quick. Like, don't worry about the mechanics too much. Don't worry about like how, terrible Marty is too much.
I always say that about plot holes. Like every movie has gaping plot holes, and so it doesn't really. It's not that interesting a conversation to point out a gaping plot hole. But if the movie's good, then you let it slide. Is the general rule. And you're like, oh yeah, I guess so. Well, anyway, great movie, right?
Yeah, there are a lot of lenses through which you can view a piece of art, and is this absolutely realistic is not often the most useful one.
The best thing.
Definitely
A
not
little
the
space wizard laser sword movie.
Yeah.
I do point out the plot holes. I'm not, paragon of virtue in this regard.
Aw.
Well,
I see no way of following up the map of everything.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, did we
No,
steal
no,
all the
no.
media?
No, that's
Great.
We were tapped out.
Yeah, do you have any final thoughts, or because I mean, the next step for us is to just like listen to everything we said and then kind of craft a podcast out of that. So if there are any final thoughts from either of you, that's cool. But you probably already have final thoughts that you said somewhere in the middle. If not.
Yeah,
I don't have a
go
big summary statement or anything. It's a movie that knows what it wants to do and just does it, just knocks the balls out of the park as fast as they come. And the iconic characters this is an excellent point, Julie, about their cartoonish forms. Like that's a great way to think about it. Like you can just picture them. Yeah, I can see what the loopy cartoon version of George McFly would look like, and that's a sign of good characterization as opposed to some, I don't know, Fast and Furious movie maybe, which is good in its own way, but not in the way of having distinct, interesting characters.
Yeah, and I guess my final thoughts are just in the kind of bigger picture of if you're an improviser, how you can watch a movie, like how you can look through the things that make a movie great and see that there are some like pure cinema things like action sequences that aren't going to work well on stage, but there are maybe things that you didn't think of at first, like how well an actor is clowning in a role that will translate perfectly to your medium. And I hope we can have more conversations like this of seeing what art has to offer us that we may not have thought of going into it.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, you're muted, Mike. I didn't see you. So you were saying something.
All of the Fast and Furious characters are Capitanos. Is that the? All of them. Just a whole movie worth of Capitanos.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Is, Italian for family.
On that note,
Italiano, commedia. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Kevin, thank you for joining us. Michael, thank you for having us here to discuss
fun.
this. Julie, thank you for joining us to talk about clowning as well. I love that perspective.
That was great. It was really interesting.
And I will throw back to Michael Furstenfeld.
That's it. Yeah, I'll do my wrap up later in post.
Awesome.
I'll do it in post. This is live. Thank you for everybody watching. Thank you, Paul and Steve are out there, and Amber and Todd, and and let's see for the live aspect. Oh, Megan said Crispin was great in Ben. His spindliness was a big selling point.
Spindliness.
Yeah, I haven't seen Ben. I gotta watch that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a famous one for him.
Cool. All right, thank you, everybody. Our next stream is coming up at 4 p.m. We're revisiting a conversation with a bunch of teachers who we talked to about a year ago about how they were coping with the new COVID terms of teaching. And now we're checking in with them to see how their last year has been. And then at 6 p.m., you'll see Julie again for the debut of her podcast, Genderbots, all about robots and love and music, and Michael Fassbender on Michael Fassbender action. And and then that's it. We might talk about time travel and video games. Just out of curiosity, Kevin, are you video games? Do you play video games?
I'm not a big. I bought an Oculus with credit card points.
So you didn't play back in the day or anything?
No, NES way back then, but even then, not a lot.
Okay, so no Super Nintendo. I'm just looking for other people that have played the video game Chrono Trigger, and I was doing it live on the air here. So if you have played Chrono Trigger out there, let me know.
Sadly, no.
All right. Well, you should. Everybody should. But first, watch Back to the Future. Watch the whole trilogy.
Wow, you can.
It's leaving Netflix on the 30th. Oh my God, Julie. I think I gave you a good lowdown of what happens in the second and third movies, but you should go watch them yourself. You should go watch them before the 30th.
I don't even need to now. I know.
All right. Goodbye, everybody.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
everyone. My name is Jenny Lavery. I am the programming director at Austin Creative Alliance, and we decided today we are going to regather a year later after we did a happy hour with several folks who are teachers in Austin. We had talked a year ago about what teaching looked like as we started the pandemic and started this virtual life. And so we're now just coming back together to talk about how's it going? What's new? What's different? What sucks? So I am excited to be joined by a ton of folks. Let's go around and introduce ourselves. Jessica, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, my name is Jessica Arget. I am a co-owner and youth programs director at the Hideout Theater. So I do all the kids stuff. I also teach there as well. So, and we've been, it's a story. It's life. It's happening, man. Maybe Winnie next.
Sure.
Recording in progress.
Ooh, recording in progress. Good job. My name's Winnie Shaw. I'm the owner of Sky Candy. We're an aerial and circus arts school here in Austin. And yes, we too have had quite the journey of virtual, back to regular life, back to things in the middle and what all of that is. And I'm so excited to talk to y'all about it. I'll pass it on to Anu.
Hey everyone, thanks for having me. And I'm Anu Nampally, and I'm artistic director of Austin Dance India. And I teach and perform a form of Indian classical dance called Bharatanatyam. I teach technique classes, and they have been online this past year. That's been very interesting, and I am really kind of eager to talk about where we've been and where we are right now through this past interesting year. Clara.
Hey, yeah, I'm really excited to be here again. I'm the program director for a multimedia education program called the Mother Falcon Music Lab, and I'm also a private violin instructor and musician. And it's been a really interesting trajectory for us lately, and different also in my personal experiences and with my experiences with my company. So yeah, excited to talk about it.
I love how a group of teachers and instructors like just kindly pass it along to one another, and like we're also accustomed to this. So I wear another hat. I am the theater education director at the at Shalom Austin. Oh boy, I just forgot. Pandemic brain. Which is also known as the Jewish Community Center. And last we talked a year ago, I was in the middle of directing a production of teaching The Little Mermaid Junior, which I can talk a little bit about. But since then, teaching has kind of died off for me. I found that a lot of things changed as we got further into the pandemic. So I would love to know how you all have experienced the roller coaster of changes through the pandemic. What has changed? Before when we last talked, we were all so excited about how we were pivoting and making the virtual stuff happen. And so now I'm wondering, like, where are we at now?
Oh, I have, I'm sure maybe some of you experienced this as well. Last summer, I we pivoted in March and, got the Zoom account and all of that and learned how to do it online, and, figuring out my right and left on the Zoom from dancing was another challenge, but we figured all that out. And I decided to do extensive summer classes, which I usually don't, because I have students who do their debut performances. I'm usually busy with that on a private level during the summer, and so I don't do a lot of summer classes. But last summer, every single one of my students signed up for multiple classes during the summer. So I was really busy teaching group classes. And then I extended the session, everybody signed up, extended it because the kids were at home, parents didn't know what to do. I mean, they wanted something to do. And so I taught all summer long. And then into the fall. And this year I put out the summer classes, not a single registrant, not a single registrant for summer classes, because now things are opening up. People are traveling, family vacations, they want to do things in person, and nobody wanted to do anything online because they were just so sick of being in front of the computer for school and everything else. So I have a summer vacation myself. So that's where I am. That's what's changed for me this year. Yeah.
Mine is fairly similar. I jumped into summer camps and trying to do them online, and they were great for a while. They're super draining. I don't know if y'all found that, but teaching online is super, super draining. But we were doing it and we were making it happen. And the kids were like, thank you. We need this so much. The parents were like, thank goodness for this. And then it just slowly got less and less. Like more of my classes would have and it was always heartbreaking because there was always one or two kids who were like, this is the best thing in the world. Please don't stop it. And I'm like, I can't do improv with one kid. That's not how it works, unfortunately. So everything slowly just got fewer and fewer until about, I think I finally gave up in April this year, except for my kids on the spectrum. My kids on the spectrum were like, this is great. We love this. The teens specifically just kept going the whole year. So, I mean, some of the kids dropped out, but the ones who figured out early on that they wanted to be in this just continued it the whole time like gangbusters, and they were very upset. I ended those classes at the end of May, which is much longer than I normally go, at the end of May, and they're like, but what else? Can't we keep doing this? So that was a fascinating difference, that the kids were dropping off, but the ASD kids were like, let's keep doing it. So I know.
Yeah, it's interesting that y'all were able to be so successful with your programming last summer. I think because of the nature of Sky Candy being primarily an aerial studio, we ran some summer camps, but we made them ground skills and things that we could teach online. So we only ended up running 2, and they were both pretty small. They each just had a handful of kids, just sort of enough to pay the teacher and call it a day. And so we knew going into this year, we can't, there's no way we can run an online program. Our engagement with our youth students online died away pretty early in the pandemic last year even. So we had decided to come back to in-person something, and with working with our youth instructors, they were like, well, we don't, we were planning this in December. So they were like, okay, we don't want any time that we're unmasked. We don't want to have to manage people during meal times. There shouldn't be any of the flow skills or anything where people are just moving freely through the room, but we feel really comfortable teaching aerial skills still. So what if we just did 2-hour camps? And so that's what we did this year. They're 2-hour summer youth intensives. And it took away what I think had commonly been a really big component of our camp, and probably is a big component of a lot of your camps, which is the childcare aspect, because you have to be able to be someone who can drop your kid off at 9 and then pick them up at 11. Mm-hmm. But almost all of them are full. And we are getting so much more retention already from the kids who've taken the first week of camp, whose parents are like, we want to sign you up for private lessons. We want to take regular classes, because the structure we created ended up attracting really only the families and the children who were very excited about doing aerial and circus arts, and not just families that were one of the 8 summer camps that my kid's doing this summer. So there's been a little silver lining for us, despite all of our lack of success with online for youth students.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, this year and last year have definitely been different for us. We used to do a lot of outreach in schools, just going in and running a program for fun, improvising with the students and creating something. And that was a really good way for us to identify people who are into it, because, a lot of kids, that doesn't necessarily click for, and then the ones that does, it's a great way to give them a taste of what we like to do. Yeah, so basically, I think that it was just such a huge challenge for us to pivot. We thought that the people who had signed up for our in-person camp would end up coming to our online program. So it turned out that was an assumption that we should definitely not have made. but we were able to do some really interesting things. We tried to run, I don't know if anybody's remembers, but we were trying to run like a palette of courses that were like courses we'd always wanted to teach and always wanted to take. And a lot of them we didn't end up getting to run, but we ended up with really great material. And the ones that did run, we definitely had the experience of like, well, there's a reason there's a minimum for a class. But we got to run a program with adults for our first time, and it was actually the most well attended one. And I think it was really successful and it was really meaningful to us. It was on the subject of protest and how artists have done that and trying to write a song collaboratively, sort of processing the different things that were going on. So we were really grateful that there were a few things that happened for us, and we were able to get a grant from the Better Business Bureau, which has allowed us to keep going, because otherwise, it would have been really different scenario right now for us. So we were really grateful for that. And so we tried again, we assumed vaccinations wouldn't be a reality at this time of the year. And so we immediately went into like, okay, here's what we can do. And we've invested in marketing a lot, and which has really changed our fortunes around. But also we had to realize, that the changing tide of, exhaustion for one thing, and just the overwhelming screen time is still working against us. But we feel really good about what we're presenting, because we took into account like kids need personal experiences, they need community. This is what they have been missing online. So we've worked in some chances for them to be interacting in all kinds of ways other than just through the curriculum. So we're excited about that, and looking towards the future. Jessica, you have a hand up.
Thank you. It's interesting to talk about the classes that were, because now we're into summer camp, so at least the hideout is. And so like Winnie was saying, we had a lot of like conversation about what are these, should we even do them? Like, should we even do summer camps? And then we decided like, well, parents have got to have childcare. So yeah. And, like reading all the stuff about how it's not that infectious among children. It's, it's a lower risk among children. So we decided to go ahead and do it. And we were going to wait until July. Our first one isn't until July, but the JCC at Shalom asked us to come in and be a vendor camp for them for 2 weeks. So we actually did the first 2 weeks in person, which was great. It was so wonderful to see the kids again. And it was fascinating to me to see how kiddos have changed, in that I was expecting a lot of like behavior of kids who had been isolated. Like I was expecting a lot of interrupting and stuff like that. And there was some of that. But one of the things that I saw a lot was kiddos just not having the stamina that they used to have for social interaction. We would do, normally when we have a class period with younger kids, it's a 45-minute class period. And maybe there's a little bit of like drawing at the end. This one, what I found is I could only do like 15 minutes of games, maybe push it to 20. And then the kids wanted to go draw, and they weren't drawing and talking to each other. They were drawing on their own. So I have this feeling that I don't know what that means, except it just seemed very much like they needed to go back into their focus time, and then they could come back and play another game, after I let them do that for a little bit. So it's kind of a shorter dance with them to figure out like, what do you guys actually need? What can I provide? How do we do this? And by the end of the camp, they were able to play longer. But at the beginning of the camp, it was very like, I have to draw now, which is kind of a crazy. It wasn't what I expected. It wasn't what I expected at all.
Yeah, some of our teachers had said, at least in our first week of camp, which we ran this last week, that they had sort of a similar experience. A lot of the kids were a little more quiet and withdrawn. And we were teaching, so we have 12 aerial points in our front room. So we had groups of 10 kids and 2 instructors. So everyone still has their own point. We're still wearing masks and doing all the things. And yeah, the kids weren't really interacting a ton with each other last week, and it was like hard to read them and see if they were enjoying themselves. And they were saying that even this week, people were like socializing more and interacting more. So I'm seeing that amongst my adult friends, and I'm wondering if over time we're going to see kids just slowly be like, oh yeah, people, things, this is normal.
I can do this again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it only makes sense that it takes a little bit more warming up time, and also that being social is tiring after you've been very much alone or with only a certain handful of people for a while. I mean, I feel like I've experienced that. Like after being in like a social setting for a few hours, it's like, whew, I need to go. I need to go, which I never felt that before.
Yeah, we were out recently for the first time in a social setting inside a public place, restaurant, and I felt very hesitant. Should I be wearing a mask? Should I wash my hands? Should I, hug people? Still, there's a little bit of hesitancy about it, and um, yeah. So yeah, I totally get that. There's, I think, a little bit of an adjustment period, especially for the kids who have been on their screens so much this past year. Definitely an adjustment period.
Jessica, I'm curious, have you in that 2 week camp, have kids been masked the whole time, or have that
I mean, our youngest kids were 5.
uh-huh.
So masking was something that you asked them to continue to do on a regular basis. But there was a lot of pull your mask up, pull your mask up. So we did stay masked the entire time. By the end of it, I thought this seems kind of silly. And I believe in masks. I'm not an anti-masker. I definitely believe in masks, but I believe in masks that help you over like a 20-30 minute period. If you're having a conversation with somebody, I don't know that masks help out when you're in a room with somebody all day long. But it's also what we do, like I want them to follow along and learn to, to model good behavior and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I definitely was like, it's really hard to keep 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. That was the bulk of it is hard to keep them from like hugging each other and jumping on each other and rolling over each other. Like that's just difficult. So no matter how much you're like trying to enforce things, by the end of the week, we just didn't enforce the 6 feet apart because I was just like, I don't know how to do this. We did still keep the masks up, but it was a bit of it was a fight. And I was like, just one more thing to have to, like I, as much as possible, I try to eliminate battles from my whatever possible. Like there's so many battles that you can just take out by like arranging things well. And this was just a battle that I could not take out. And it was very frustrating because I'm like, I don't want to be fighting this battle, but I don't want anybody to be getting COVID. So, you do what you have to do.
It was so, I don't believe anyone on this call is an anti-masker. And it's one of the reasons I still love and respect all of you. But I think also we're at an interesting point, talking with some fellow circus studios about it as we've been deciding like what are the safe ways that we can reopen in our industry. And I think the thing that kind of was maybe the most frustrating and empowering was like, maybe more now so than any point in the pandemic previously as a business owner, it really is like, the rules are yours to make up as you please. And like the science is pointing to that masks, while they were very effective when we had high rates of infection, that rates of infection in our, especially communities like Austin with high vaccination rates, are low enough that maybe they're not a big thing to worry about. So for us, we kept masks largely because of felt safety, because we still had so many students who don't feel comfortable, or when we pulled them a month ago, didn't feel comfortable with that transition. But I think the science is pointing to it's really not that dangerous, especially where we are. And also in kind of the compromise was we're going to keep masks on. And even though we all still have our own points, like if a kid needs a spot, like we can spot them and help them over. And if 2 people hug and they both consent to that hug, like that is fine. So we've loosened a lot of things as well. And again, masks have kind of continued just to be like our way of feeling comfortable, more so than at any previous point in the pandemic when it was like, no, this is one of the main risk mitigation factors that we are putting in place so that we're all safe. So yeah, it's a weird transition thing. And I can feel you on the battle thing, because I'm increasingly feeling like, okay, at some point we're gonna have to let this go, and it'll be an interesting conversation to have with those who we've been really protecting emotionally for a long time, including in our own staff. including
I'm
myself
wondering,
for a long time.
I'm wondering how the fall classes are going to be. I mean, I'm definitely going back to in person in the fall. Um, and I was also wondering about our interview considering sort of a hybrid model at all. For me, you know, I see that the Austin traffic has been gaining, kind of coming almost back to normal. And it's hard for parents to get their kids to a certain place at a certain time for classes. So I was considering possibly for my kids, the teens who come twice a week, they come on a Saturday morning and they come on a Tuesday evening, possibly that Saturday morning they would come in person, and maybe the Tuesday evening we do virtually so that they don't spend time traveling and they have more time, to do their schoolwork and so on. Has anybody given thought to that kind of a model, like the hybrid model?
Yeah, I've been trying to think about with my private students. I did used to drive to them or drive to schools to teach them there, and I am wondering if they're going to be open to a hybrid model. Because it's interesting. There are actually 3 students I have now that are really great, really special. They practice so well. They're really cute. I have never met them. And it's so weird to have 3 people that I see now every week and I've never met them. And I'm thinking like, what is their preference? Like this is working. But also, it would be so special to, I think that there's obviously a huge amount of value in being there physically with a student. That hasn't changed, but I think maybe I said last time as well, I found that there are certain advantages to doing things online. One thing is they can see themselves, they can actually sort of self-correct, whereas before I would make corrections to them, just move their hand or something like that, and it wouldn't necessarily stick all the time, depending on who it was. And so I've been a lot more intentional with my teaching in a way as well. So it's been, I think that there are pros to staying virtual for some things, and I'm just wondering how my students feel. And I haven't really opened that conversation up yet, just sort of waiting to hear what's going on with the science and as everything, as the results come in. So, yeah.
Yeah, and this past year I've had some students who've moved away to California and so on who have been tuning in to my adult class. And so I'm wondering, am I going to do this in person and then also have a Zoom session going on for those that are out of town? Those are some questions that I have, how it's going to work right now. So it can be inclusive to those who have joined.
Yeah, that's a thing that we are working through right now. So we still offer some online classes, and most of our students in them we've got regulars who live in Austin, but we also have folks from New York and that we just get through ClassPass, and we don't know where they actually live. And there are folks that we'd want to be able to continue to have to take our classes. So we're going to experiment starting in July with a full hybrid class model. There'll be an in-person teacher, and they have a room with a small number of students. And then I actually just got all of the equipment to set this up, but we are hanging a projector in that room, and that projector will have a Chromecast hooked up to a laptop that will cast the Zoom call on the biggest wall that we can. And we're going to actually test it out sometime in the next few weeks to see, is this crazy idea that we have going to really be feasible in the room that we want to have it in. And we'll see if it works. I think considering kind of a broader hybrid model idea of having some online offerings and some in-person offerings, I think that's a great idea. I think that is such a simple way to do it. I'll have this one class on Thursday night when my kids would be fighting rush hour traffic to get to and from the class. And then Saturday when traffic is slightly less bad in Austin, we can meet in person and go over things and have that experience. So yeah, I don't know, I'll tell y'all how our hybrid experiment goes after we try it out.
Sounds
That's awesome.
I have to say, I despise teaching online. And I know that not everybody does, but it's so hard for me. It's so draining. we started teaching an adult class in the park behind my house. And when I left that class for the first time, I smiled for an hour and I was like, oh, this is so different. And so I might do it eventually, but I don't think I'm going to start this fall. I have a feeling that people are maybe burned out this fall as I am. And so, except maybe my maybe my autistic kids, we might continue them if they're very excited about that. But in my understanding, in my business world, I have to do things that are energetically make sense, even if they don't monetarily make sense. And so I'm just like, no, I don't want to do it. That's what it comes down to, is I just don't want to do it. So that's where I am with continuing to teach online. Even if it might make sense, it's just too draining for me to do.
Have you?
Go ahead, Winnie.
Oh, I was just curious what y'all's experience as students have been in online classes. If you've taken online classes yourself, or if you've just what your experience as a student has been. Sarah.
Yeah, I love that feature. I actually really liked being an online student too. I know that's crazy maybe, but like I thought it was great because I sometimes enjoy taking classes at I'll shout out Data Geek. It's a program in Austin. Yeah. And they have like some one-offs and they have some longer ones. And I thought it was great not to have to drive. And like, I felt totally fine doing it at a distance. Yeah, so I felt like it was definitely a different experience as an adult. And it did make me think about like, oh, our program had a lot of success for adults last summer, and so sort of thinking about that, like, yeah, who is the audience that wants the Zoom? But yeah, that was my personal experience. I'm curious to hear about y'all's.
Yeah, I actually this past spring, I ended up suddenly realizing, well, my teacher, my guru in India, is over 80 now, and he's still teaching. And I thought, well, wouldn't it be great to have my own students have the experience of learning something from him? And so I approached him and he was up for it. And so I did a 10-week Zoom workshop with him. And so I was also a student in that, along with all my, my teens and adults. And so we had 10 people in the class. And so it was interesting for me to be on the other side of it as a student. But I really, really enjoyed it because, first of all, yeah, it was an opportunity that was rare, and so yeah, and I think it worked out for us. I mean, it was a little weird because he's really up close to the camera, and then you can't really see his hands, and then you have to kind of tell, oh, can you just move back a little bit? Can you clarify this and that? But I think for the most part, it was a really fun experience, and I think that the students also got a lot out of it. So I'm really grateful that technology has made it possible for us to do this distance learning with anyone in the world, really. Yeah.
I've really enjoyed the accessibility of being able to attend workshops in various cities, and that I would have never been able to attend. And I also really love being in like yoga pants and not really having to care. So all of the accessibility and like not dealing with traffic and not losing time. It's not only like the whatever traffic is frustrating, but losing so much of my day to sitting in traffic. So that accessibility piece has been great. I will say that um, anything that has been, I've done a couple workshops that have been movement based. And Anu, I don't know how your students do it, and Winnie, I don't know how they do it, but like I was so confused. I was trying to follow the instructor on the Zoom screen, and I was like, man, this is really hard, especially being in a weird like corner of my bedroom or like in a part of my house. It was just like a lot for my brain to process. So kudos to all of the kids who have taken that on.
Speaking of different locations, The other thing that I was able to participate in professionally this past year was a lot of festivals went virtual. And so I was able to participate in festivals in New York, in Michigan, out in San Francisco, apply to them where I wouldn't have been able to travel at that time of the year, and it would have been expensive and all of that. But I was able to, some of them were live, so I had to stream live at that time, and some I had to submit a video. So it was kind of cool to be able to participate in dance festivals across the country without leaving my house.
Yeah, there were a lot of improv panels, and like improv people got together to discuss the stuff, all the stuff that came up last year with kind of the racial reckoning. That suddenly there were all these panels, and it was so exciting and interesting to get a diversity of opinions from people in improv theaters all over the world and really hear different things. And like I participated in a panel in Scotland, and like stuff like that was great. That kind of stuff I really enjoy. It's funny, the classes that I can take where it's cerebral, and like I took a writing class, which was fantastic. Those are great. But I will say, like, the improv classes that I've taken, I've been like, well, I'm glad I could take this class from London. That's awesome. But it doesn't feel the same as being in a room. Although I will say that I do only online yoga now. I only watch yoga videos. I don't go into a studio anymore. And I love it because I can do exactly the yoga that I want to, exactly when I want to. So there's stuff like that. Maybe I should just teach like different times of, you can have a 5-minute improv class. You could have a 10-minute improv class. Have those so that people listen to them. I don't know.
Yeah, having content that people can rewatch is a really good idea. We made actually a bunch of workout videos. So when we got our first round of PPP funding, I was like, all right, I need to spend this money in 8 weeks because, that was the guidance back then. Everyone needs to do work. What are we going to do? So we made a bunch of workout videos that we're still editing because we really didn't have like a person who was like a subject matter expert on video editing. But I was like, cool, I'll pay you to develop this skill over the next period of time. And honestly, by the time they're done, we're probably just going to release them for free on YouTube and let people enjoy them, which will be great. But yeah, like the opportunity to create media that people can enjoy in all different times and without being locked into a particular time. It's interesting. I think for dance classes, I've had a similar experience to you, Jenny, where I'm like, oh man, I need so much more room and I'm having a hard time following. But for things like handstands or flexibility, where I've like built out my space to do the thing. Like, I know you can't see on my wall, but there's like lots of toenail holes from where my feet have caught on this lovely blue wall many times again. I actually have kind of enjoyed doing handstands at home because I don't have to drive to the studio. I get to work with my Sky Candy coach who, lives in South Austin, and we don't both have to drive to a point in the middle. And because he's not there to spot me, I have to just be like, all right, I'm going to push myself a little further away from the wall. And I just have to trust myself. And like, I don't have another choice. I either do this or I don't get to do handstands today. So I don't know, it's been nice for pushing myself in some ways, but I could also totally see, I haven't taken something like an improv class, but knowing how much like connection and like looking people in the eye and those like playful moments, like that's so hard over this medium. Like I can imagine a lot of that feeling lost.
I am going to be teaching in person again, doing a production with kids in the fall. And one thing that I feel like I learned from last spring was, as we got into, trying to do rehearsals for Little Mermaid with, a bunch of like 5 to 12-year-olds, we learned a lot in terms of being able to stagger their call time so that like an hour or 2 hour class was not all of them all at once, but really like 4 kids were called for the first half hour, and then we got to do some really intense like scene work. And anyway, through that whole entire process, the thing that I loved was that we got to really focus on facial expression and what was being communicated with smaller gestures, and a lot of that for the younger kids in particularly um, doesn't happen when you're in person. You know, there's so much about like physical, like big body stuff and the vocal aspects of it. And so when when we're doing this next production, I think that I'm going to try to find a way to integrate some on-camera work to within the while we're in person, to really focus on like facial expressions and smaller gestures and movements, because otherwise I haven't found a great way to really focus in on that. So I'm looking forward to trying to integrate those things.
Yeah, kind of on that note, are there advantages you found in online teaching that you're like, oh, I could like I like from Jenny that idea of like, oh, why don't we stagger the call times for groups, small groups of kids by a half hour? Like that's a great idea, and I don't know if like we would have thought about that in rehearsals with youth and creating theater or aerial work like to do that. So yeah, I'm curious if other people have like, oh, I really like this thing I learned about teaching online and like what I could carry forward maybe into in person or maybe just into future ideas about teaching.
I think one of the things I realized, well, everybody's, although I'm seeing them all on my screen, each of them is by themselves. And so in the classroom, what happens is, even if they don't have, a routine or a sequence memorized that I've just taught them, they're looking at somebody else and getting clues. But online, they have to really learn it themselves because they cannot really, and for Bharatanatyam, the eye, where the eyes are is very important. You can't be staring at the screen. Your eyes have to be following your hands, or they have to be looking at certain places. And so they're not able to look at the screen all the time. And so they had to really know and learn the sequence for themselves. So I think that was one of the advantages. Although the flip side of that was I think some kids didn't do so well in that format. I think they thrive more in the group, the dynamics, the energy of a classroom studio, whereas when they're by themselves, I don't think they're motivated, or they didn't do so well. I feel like their technique also kind of dropped a little bit, and some of them did fine. So I think it was an individual thing, but that was one of the things I noticed was they really had to learn the sequences by themselves.
I would say for students who are shyer, who maybe always wanted to take improv, but then felt really nervous coming into an improv class, one person who was had hearing difficulties, and because they had the automatic captions, we put it in the automatic captions so that they could see them. And then another person who had visual difficulties, which was crazy to do online, but because that we didn't have to worry about that person's safety moving around or anything like that, we learned how to do things like, oh yeah, I'm the cat in the hat. Look at my crazy hat with red stripes, and my I look like I'm wearing a tuxedo. Like we would put our descriptions into the scene work to, for the person who had visual impairment. But then we also realized, well, if there are any audience members out there watching, that might be helpful for them as well. So yeah, that was useful.
I guess, what occurred to me actually when you asked that question, especially since maybe I'd already spoken to some of the things that I really enjoyed about it, was something that has been really strange with Zoom is timing and sound. And again, I think it really has helped some of my students find their own pulse. But it has been so challenging to know how to do that and guide them to that in a way that's going to work. Just because you can't play at the same time. You can't put on, if there's a metronome on, I have no idea if they're playing with it just because of the way that things interact. Like, and yeah, that has been crazy. So like seeing that journey, really having to, it's been enlightening because actually they really have made progress, like is kind of the amazing thing. And I'm thinking, they're really counting on their own right now. But it's hard with like a very small student. I'm lucky, like for example, that my 3 new students, they all have just great pulse. I don't know how. But sometimes I'm like, okay, I'm gonna clap, then you're gonna clap, and it's just like, are they gonna get it? And is it gonna glitch, and is it gonna stretch out the time? In which case I just say good job, probably went well. But I don't know, timing and sound has been obviously super duper challenging. And but I love a challenge, so that's been cool. And with the camp stuff, it's gonna be really interesting because we're trying to use digital audio workstations and just whatever tools they have available to sort of negotiate some of those things. And I'm really, because of like the difference in the experience, we decided to make our programming longer just to make sure like there was enough time to catch any things like that. So I do think it's going to be a great investment for future things. Like you guys have all said, like there are people who you can connect with that you couldn't connect with before. And it's just really kind of like a time when everybody's really burnt out. But these are, I think, really good skills for us to be workshopping so thoroughly right now. It'll put us hopefully at an advantage in the future with being able to reach more people in more places is the hope.
I think I already mentioned it, but the staggered call time for classes was so lovely via Zoom because of the childcare element of like teaching after school or teaching at night. Like that's not going to be so easy in person, so that's not something that's going to generalize over, but it is something that I have really loved because I've been able to assess what each kid needed and be able to call like an individual kid for 15 minutes who may have some attention issues, and like when they're in a group, like I lose them completely. And so I can work with them one-on-one for just a short period of time, and then kids who can function in like a small group setting, calling like a 3-person group to work on something. I've just really loved being able to differentiate like that over Zoom. I feel like there's 2 other things that I feel like I'll try to move forward. One is I sent out rehearsal videos of any dance or movement, and so I would set up like a camera behind me and do it as if I were like just standing in front of them. And that was really useful, I think, for some kids to be able to just at their leisure continually practice, which otherwise, I don't know why it never occurred to me to do that, but it hadn't. And the other thing, I want to figure out a way, to give the parents a souvenir like the one they had from the last spring, since we pivoted and we did Little Mermaid as like basically a film, which took a lot of editing hours. So I don't want to necessarily replicate that, but the end product was a 45-minute video of like some of the kids doing some really awesome work that now they get to have forever. And so I want to figure out a way to do that, like give them a souvenir of some sort that can sort of encapsulate the live performance that they put on, and not just a wide shot of like the whole stage.
Yeah. I think more of the things we figured out for youth have been around how we've reintegrated to in-person things. So previously at Sky Candy, if you were a youth student, you would get spotted one at a time by one coach on your one apparatus on a crash mat. And in a class of like 5 to 6 people, you would wait a lot of time before your next turn. But that's how we were like, this is the only thing that's safe. And it was really challenging for me when we reintroduced classes to be like, we didn't have youth classes for a long time. So I'm like, no, we have to spot youth. There's no way we can teach youth students without spotting them. And then we did a few rounds of teaching adult students without spotting them. And I was like, oh, you can do this. You just have to make some modifications. And like even things like we just made fundamental curriculum changes. So things were more accessible on first try, and you didn't need to necessarily to have a spotter to ensure your safety. And we brought that over to our youth program, and it actually worked. So now we don't have kids go one at a time with one coach. Like it's still not like, 10 kids at once with one coach, but it's allowed, I think, our classes to be more fun and interactive and participatory. And also the thing that made me think of it, Jenny, was typically at the end of our camp weeks, we'd have like a big showcase where like parents come in and we set up chairs and we do the thing. And there's part of me that would really love to do that again, because that is its own whole experience. Mm-hmm. But this year we're like, well, because of COVID and we don't want people coming in, we're just going to film their routines. And it's actually been nice because we didn't spend the entire last day of camp preparing for the performance. And, like making sure they knew how to like go in and out of the room and like, all the like theater stage things. It was just like, oh, we're just going to do another day of aerial camp. And on your last turn of doing it, like we'll make a little audience for you with your fellow students and we'll film it. And now you have this film of the thing you're doing. And yeah, that is like a nice souvenir archive of artifact of the thing they did. Without all the, not that the work of doing a live performance isn't worthwhile, but like, it won't be for this year. We'll see what happens next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had our camp, we're trying to do now more things than just the summer camp, but because of everything, right now that's where we're at. We decided to do another experience of a summer thing this summer and make it closer to the experience that they used to have in person, which really culminates in a big showcase. And I think for all of us, performance is obviously like a big part of the experience of what we're sharing and what people are being empowered to do. So we had to sort of work the entire curriculum around, well, what are they going to get out of this? Because we really wanted that. To us, that's a big value of what we do, is that we're not just empowering people to make something original, but that they can share it, or that there's some way that they can like have it impact somebody else. And so that's just like, we were going to try to build an interactive virtual space. We ended up deciding that that program was not gonna run, but we're going to make web pages with them. So they're gonna get to like mess with their background and mess with all these different kinds of things to sort of, and like collect a sights and sound journal, sort of develop out an artistic personality that they can therefore niche their whatever they make during this experience, whether they're in the songwriting and composition program or whether they're making arrangements and working with guest artists. We were like, how do we make this special for them? And we were like, oh, well, kids want websites, I guess. I mean, we'll find out if they really do, but we're really excited to go through that program with them. And that we did find like one way for them to be able to celebrate. We're still going to do a showcase, but like you said, Winnie, like as much as we really want people to be able to come through, we didn't plan for it to be live when we set up this entire curriculum. And so now it's like, well, the curriculum is recorded songs and videos. That would be really awkward live to just play them, when before they performed these, and that was a whole part of the curriculum. So we decided we were going to keep it virtual as well, but we're going to collaborate with the students about what they want that program to look like, what would be exciting for them. We've made space for that since, and at the lead as well. But yeah, that was a big part of how we sort of reverse engineered things around, like, what are they going to, how do we give them something to take away when we can't do this live experience? And
yeah.
So last year before the pandemic happened, we had thought we're going to add some social media component to this because our kids love social media, and why not teach them how to do a TikTok video, to do an Instagram video, that kind of stuff. And we'll call it improv because they're not practicing it. I don't know, whatever. Anyways, because it's fun and we like to do fun things. And so this year, when we came into the JCC, we did a little bit of that, but then what ended up happening was these like videos that we did together. So we did 2 dance videos, but what was really cool about it was we did one dance, and I am not a good choreographer, friends. I just like, I'm like, do this for a minute, do that, like that was my level. But it was amazingly good. So we did one, and then we watched it. And one of the things that is very important about improv is being able to break things down and look at it instead of just going, that's good, that's bad. Be like, what do you like about it? What's good? What could make it better? And we had this gigantic brainstorming session. And I'm talking with 5 to 8-year-olds. We had a great brainstorming session about how we could make it better. And then we made a different video, not the same one, because that's kind of out of not what we do, but like, how can we make the next one better, knowing what we've learned from that one? And so we added these things in, and the last one we did was pretty awesome. And we sent those home to the parents, and it was such an interesting experience. But like you said, that's something that we could send home because they also couldn't come and watch it. So it was nice to have this little product that they could have.
I'm curious, did you end up having like a class where you taught them how to make TikToks and Instagram reels and all that?
No, too many. This was a much younger class than like in the hideout classes, they start at 8 and they go to 13. So that's we'll probably do it for them. But this class, most of them were like 5 or 6 years old, and the parents were like, what? No, my kid's not on TikTok, don't do that. So I was like, okay, fine. So there were so many of the parents that didn't want them to do social media. So we just did our own videos that we talked, like, you might see this on social media. And I pulled up some dance, some common TikTok dances, that kind of stuff, so they could see what we were talking about. But I'm very hopeful that the one in July or the one in August that we'll be able to do some of that for, because I think that would be super fun to like give them some of the skills for like, how do you make this happen?
It reminded me because we were thinking about, one of our instructors has been doing a lot of video editing creation classes online, and I recently asked her if she would make a class on how to teach adults how to make fun aerial TikToks, and she's thinking about it. But the other thing that Claire's comment about creating video performances and like how it might potentially be weird to show that to a virtual audience or an in-person audience, we are hitting the same problem. So we decided that for what was going to be a July showcase, we're like, okay, that'll be our last video online show. And then after that, at some point, whatever our next show is, maybe September, that'll be our first in-person show. And then as things have changed so quickly over the last month, we're like, well, July is going to be kind of an awkward time because like, I don't think anyone's going to want to watch an online show, but I also don't think many people will quite be ready to sit inside in an audience and watch a live show together. So currently our compromise is we pushed the show to August, and we are still going to make it mostly a video show. And it will be people sitting in person watching a mostly video show. But I actually just helped out setting up our aerial rig for another dance company this last weekend. And they did a show that was half pre-recorded, choreographed, like beautiful high production dance videos and half live performances. And it was really fun. So I would say that from having the experience as an audience member at a show that was where a lot of the show was watching videos people had made of dance performances, like it was still awesome.
That does sound really cool.
And I'm hoping that works in our favor too when we try to do a similar thing in August.
It is interesting, Winnie, you mentioned like as a business owner, like how to gauge. I mean, we're living through a time, right? Like this coming back from the pandemic where we don't have any historical data. We have nothing to really point us towards what people's appetites will be. Like when will the majority of people be comfortable sitting inside a room together? And just when is it time to relax all of the mask stuff? When is it time?
Yeah, I mean, my own attitude about it has shifted so much faster than I thought it would. Like, I think my partner and I ate inside a restaurant 2 weeks ago for the first time, and since then I've gone to maybe 6 or 7 restaurants because friends keep asking me to go out with them, and I keep saying yes, I miss you so much, and then we go eat inside at a restaurant, and I'm like, this is weirdly normal and fine. And I don't know. I think in observing my own what had been very like conservative and cautious attitude through the whole pandemic, like changed so suddenly because I know I'm vaccinated, because I know the people I'm with are vaccinated, because I know the staffs of the places I go to are well respected and are also like I'm like, well, everyone who is here who wanted to make this choice to make themselves and those around them safer have made it. So I'm gonna spend money on your food. Thank you. And I'm hoping to see that happen for theater and dance and art and other things and music and all of the things we create. But yeah, it's happened so much faster than I thought it would for myself. And I know that my experience is not everyone's experience, but I'm like, man, if it's happening this quickly in my brain, I can only imagine that for some people, it may also be shifting in that way.
Yeah.
And even it helps me even empathize with people who were like ready to take masks off last year because maybe they were still working their full-time in-person job and never stopped interacting with people in person. We're like, well, it's not unsafe. I'm just like, I disagree, but I understand why you feel that way.
Yeah, I feel like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's interesting to see what'll happen once the kids get vaccines, because like I've made the choice, I don't want to do kids shows until kids have vaccine, little, because I all of the other things, they don't have to go to a kids show, they have to have childcare, like those are different things. So I've just been like, I'm just gonna wait until little kids are done. But so that's like been a big focus of mine, is like keeping myself safe for the kids that I'm around. I have a old elderly mother, like keeping myself safe around those people. But then it's like, oh, but once those little guys are all vaccinated, those are the last people to kind of keep yourself safe around. So I don't know.
Yeah, and that's been why our studio policy is still that everyone wears a mask in all the public spaces. The only place you can take a mask off right now at Sky Candy is if you're in a room with a closed door that has its own ventilation system and everyone in that room agrees, regardless of your vaccination status, like if we all feel comfortable with it. But it's because we still have summer youth program things. So we have kids who are under 12 who are unvaccinated in our space regularly every day. But yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, and all of us are going to have such different considerations with like who we're around, who our family members, all of that.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is kind of determined because school is going back to in person. And so that's a really interesting thing to just like know is happening. I have no idea what the plan is for vaccinating kids, or enough about, if we know enough about the science, but that's something that's like, well, if that's happening, that is a shift. And like you, Winnie, like pretty much everybody I know is vaccinated now, which is good. I heard that the science is in that we're not contagious, but who knows? I shouldn't even air that. But either way, I think that does really just tangibly change circumstances. And for example, for us, we had just gotten, or for us, for Mother Falcon Music Lab, we just got a grant from AISD to work with them last year. And then, when it's been a whole year of it being closed. And so for us now, we're thinking like, oh, well, it sort of clears the fog. We're like, well, if there's one thing we're going to do, we're going to try to work with that as a starting point, as getting our foot out, because, hopefully they'll know what's safe. I'm sure that they'll have some good protocols and things like that. And so, really the school's opening makes a really tangible difference for us. It's like, all right, well, if that's safe, then we have this opportunity to start working with those youth again that we didn't even I think we got like one done right before everything closed. So I just, I feel like that just changes, that really informs everything. That is like one tangible thing that we know is happening, or that people know is happening, is students will be in schools. And so hopefully that is a good thing, and hopefully that is a safe thing. And yeah, I'm inclined to believe that everything's moving in the right direction. So
we have been chatting for about an hour, so I want to be cognizant of everybody's time. Uh, Thank you all for circling back up a year later and talking about the crazy journey that has been teaching during a pandemic. Best of luck to everybody. Thank you all for sharing your experiences. Um, Maybe we'll circle up in a year and talk about how was the bounce back. Um, but thank you all. This has been really great. Does anybody have any last parting words? Audio voice.
Oh, so here's the interesting thing about it. It was a program we were going to try to run where the kids were going to make the virtual performance space. And yeah, so the idea was that it was going to be like a 360 sort of gallery where people could come to the showcase and sort of, instead of it being a performance, they were going to like get to visit different exhibits and the students were going to come up with it. So our creative director who went to ITP in New York, the Interactive Telecommunications Program, as a friend who together they were basically figuring this out in order for us to run this program, all for the sake of having a really cool showcase. But we were really ambitious, trying to run multiple parallel programs. And fortunately, like I said, we invested in some great marketing resources, and they were like, you guys have to sell a few less things this summer. And so that was one of the programs that we decided to cut. So because the other ones had more sales and things like that. And so so now we have teachers who know how to do that, and so we're thinking about throwing that curriculum into a bit of the mornings where we're going to be building their web pages and also stretching and listening to music and doing various activities like that. So we have a space, and so we might still be able to play with that, and instead of the students creating it completely from scratch, it might be like mostly the instructor like getting nods one way or the other which way they want it to develop. But at this point, it kind of depends how far we can go with that, because the budget's kind of changed with, canceling the program itself. As far as the development, that really shifted our timeline a little bit for when we're doing something like that. But yeah, the idea was, to kind of replicate, even at a certain point, something like the experience that kids are having on Minecraft and empowering them to be able to make those spaces on their own. So that's that's the goal eventually, and it seems like that's more and more relevant. So right. Yeah, exactly. They had a few pretty accessible ways of doing it, without having to get in on a headset or something.
Yeah.
Oh, bye.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to jump off, guys. This was great. Thank you.
Bye, Anu.
Bye.
Thank you,
you
Michael and Make Every Media, for making this happen.
Yeah,
Facilitating.
Thank you so much.
we
Great.
Yeah. Was it okay? Are we still live? Hey. Product placement.
Also, I'm really glad we're all still here and doing our thing despite everything we've all gone through in the last 16 months.
Yeah.
Same.
thank you to the Small Business Administration, because that is how we got through.
Yeah, I have never appreciated the federal government so much in my
So
entire
the
life.
Better Business Bureau somehow, yeah, like thank you.
Yeah.
Out there.
Oh, I have a random last question for you all. Just out of like pure curiosity. Are you feeling at this point in the pandemic, 16 months later, whatever Winnie just said, are you feeling creatively inspired or creatively drained?
I still feel inspired. Right now, I'm inspired.
I think I'm getting there. I was very creatively drained, but then we just announced on Facebook, like right before this went live, that our first show is going to be July 17th. And we're going to start up after that. And now I'm getting excited. We're going to start doing a new family friendly 6 o'clock spot. And so I'm excited about that. And I'm like, I think it's like coming back, but I think it was like a flower under the snow. And now the first green shoots are coming out. That's how I feel.
Aww.
I'm pretty inspired and excited. I think both as the artist, aerialist, performer side of me, and also just the small business owner side of me. Yeah, like there's just been so much. We just announced yesterday that all of Sky Candy's full-time employees now have access to medical, dental, and vision insurance, which I think is necessary for all artists out there. So if you're an artist out there listening to this, you should demand that of the place you work for if you are an employee, because it is possible with some creative asking for money from your community, so you can offer equitable things. But yeah, I think that's given me a huge boost because now I feel like I can really support people who work and create things for me, and that makes me feel freer to do things for myself.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. I feel like after like this spring was really hard for me because it felt like just a continual slog and a weird like year in, but I feel like that Forrest Gump moment where he's running and the shackles are like coming off the legs. That's the moment that I'm in.
Hilarious are. I'm glad you chose this. That's cool that you're excited about those things too. Yeah, I think that that's going to be really cool when I don't know. I definitely think it's empowering to be able to have virtual and physical spaces. And yeah, we've kind of been like catapulted towards it in a way. So that's kind of exciting at the forefront.
And all that was muted on Twitch apparently, but now I'm unmuted. I never learned my lesson. But
We're
that's
muted?
live theater, y'all. All of me. Y'all were heard, but it'll go on the YouTube video.
That's amazing. So for a second there, we're just all reacting to.
Yeah, you're
that's
reacting
great.
to me. I was like, you this and this.
Perfect.
It's like
Yeah, just talking about VR and virtual gathering spaces, and yeah, being excited but also nervous about juggling all of the media. So taking a tip from Clara to focus, to prioritize which services.
yeah, we've been lucky. I think that the pandemic really helped us understand like prioritization is really, just in general, like that's a big lesson that we learned. It's just like being really intentional.
Yeah. Oh man, and still taking time off because
Oof.
I mean, I know we all had probably too much time off at some points during the pandemic, but it was really nice having like whole days off where I didn't work, and I am holding on to that for as long as I possibly can.
Yeah.
Totally.
Well, thanks for letting me be a part of your club. Both of my parents were teachers. They're retired now. I feel like I got the teacher blood in me, but and it's coming back. It's starting to come back post pandemic. I did TA a storytelling class, so I might be back. But I respect you all so much for working through this time and figuring out new ways to do it. And thank you for coming here and telling your stories.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Great to see y'all.
All right, we're doing the outwave, so I'm going to take us out. Bye, everybody. Thank you so much.
Bye.
See you at 6 p.m. for Genderbots.
Gender.
In this video, I'm going to walk you through how you can maximize your experience at Imago Conference 2020. After logging in and enabling your notifications, you'll be presented with a page that looks just like this. So, as you can see on this page, you'll be able to see all the different sessions available on the left-hand side. These are all the different rooms that you can click on and see a brief synopsis on what each session is about. When the session goes live, you'll be prompted to click on the image and be taken to the live Zoom session. This is a public lobby chat that allows you to post any comments or questions that you might have on this specific session. These public chats exist on every session page and right here in the main lobby as well. You can jump on a quick video call or audio call with them. Just coordinate over the text chat and see if they're free to jump on a video call first. If you're ever experiencing technical difficulties, you'll notice the tech support chat in the bottom right-hand corner. During conference hours, there will always be someone monitoring the tech support chat to answer any of your questions. We hope this was helpful, and we can't wait to see you there.
Howdy from Nashville. We are so proud and glad you're here. Howdy, Bob.
Hi, Jeannie.
Welcome to Nashville.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Oh, and welcome everybody to Nashville, or at least to the COVID edition of the Nashville Conference. It's the 2020 Imago Conference, coming to you somehow virtually live through the magic of the interweb. We're so happy you're here.
These folks have been working hard every week for over a year, and we had to dump our plans for the in-person Nashville conference, and these people never missed a beat. What a team. Amazing.
Also, just want to say thank you to Michael Furstenfeld and Make Every Media, who are behind the scenes running this show. We could not do this without you. I mean, we're good at therapy maybe, but we would never be able to run this conference without them. So Michael and your team, thank you so much.
So Harville and Helen, we know you're a big fan of Johnny Cash, so we busted him out of Folsom Prison. And here he is, coming to you live from Nashville, Tennessee, the man in black, Mr. Johnny Cash.
Well, they freed me from this prison. If that railroad train was gone, I bet I'd move it on the low, farther down the line, far from Folsom Prison. That's where I want to stay. Yeah. And I let that lonesome soul blow my blues away.
Gosh, I'm just blown away about Johnny Cash, and Helen's going to say something about our affinity for him.
What a gift. You could not have, I was told we would be given a gift this morning, and I cannot tell you how touching this is.
Here we go.
Had no idea there'd be so many good-looking people wearing pajamas out there.
They have changed this year for sure. And our footwear definitely got more comfortable. And as our footwear got comfortable, though, our offices got just a little weirder.
and weirder.
How very 2020.
Virtual hugs. Hugs.
What a community.
Yay! They take us out of Nashville, but they can't take us out of Imago.
Could Michael or somebody help me get back online or something? I hear you all, but I don't see you.
We see you.
Yeah, but I don't see you.
Okay, Carol, are you on a Mac or a PC?
Mac.
Okay, try holding down the control key and the right arrow on the keyboard.
I was seeing you, and all of a sudden I did something inadvertently.
When you were seeing us, was it taking up the entire screen?
No.
Oh, I see. Okay. In that case, up in the menu bar, at the very top, do you see zoom.us next to the apple?
Chrome.
Chrome. Okay, okay. Hold down the command key and hit the tab key until you highlight the blue zoom icon, which is the camera, the little camera in a rounded rectangle.
If you all have something else you're supposed to be doing, you can leave me.
I think this is all exactly where we need to be.
Okay. I'm up under Chrome.
Takes a village.
Yes. There it is. Do what?
And once you've got it highlighted, release the keys.
Oh my
There we go.
God!
That's how you change. That's how you can change applications with the keystroke.
Thank you. Oh my gosh! I better
Change to on Windows, everybody. Alt tab also.
Now, if you could write that down, Michael.
Welcome to the party, y'all.
That was the best part of the whole conference.
All right, welcome to
Gallery
our
mode.
entertainment. This is going to be so cool.
This is the poster for the 2012 conference.
I could do that every day.
The conference portal is available to us for many months. You can video chat with each other there. You can see all of the breakout sessions.
So it sounds like I can do this every day.
I love because COVID doesn't let me. I loved as soon as I see different faces. Oh, there's California. Oh, there's Michigan. Oh, there's Washington. So I got to visit all those wonderful places during the conference.
Yeah,
you
that's
nailed
true.
it. You nailed it, everybody. You home run. Home run.
Tears and gratitude and thank yous and appreciation abound.
How many of us have been in large groups on Zoom? And I don't know that the energy that I'm feeling now, and I imagine is being felt by many of you, has ever been experienced in any of these large Zoom meetings. Right.
That's very true.
I'm just curious, how many of you are feeling the same way?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay, you guys. What a wonderful weekend.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Bob.
Now go give it away. Give it away.
Thank you.
And forward. Bye, everybody.
Are you still on here? You still use this? Hello? Hello?
You know, I didn't use this anymore, but then you was like, Mike sent you Marco Polo, and I was like, yeah, right. So I'm back for you and whoever else.
Yeah, same. I've been not using it for a while. Especially since they introduced the whole plus thing. Couldn't even fast forward.
But then Paul Wainwright, he got like a family deal, and he got me in on it for like $20 instead of 60. And I was like, all right, as long as I can fast forward to myself too. I can't listen to myself talk.
I can't listen to myself talk.
Unless it's on like 2 or 3 times speed.
I did not know that fast forwarding through people was a thing, and I feel like that would be a useful tool.
There should be a little 2 times icon down at the bottom left when you're watching the video. Is the button even there, or do they hide that feature now?
It is exactly where you said it was. Honestly, I just like don't pay a lot of attention to like things that apps can do. They're like, here is its function, and I'm like, great, I'm an old man. There's a unicorn icon. I'm gonna push it. I don't know what it does. Oh, game changer.
Now you can do the helium voice. Now you can do the helium voice. Black and white helium voice. Helium voice.
I'm trying out the macho voice, and I bet it's just deeper, and I hate that it's gendered like that. Boop, boo-doo-doo, boop. Because the balloon's not gender.
Oh, now you sound like that character in Ready Player One who is a girl whose avatar is a boy. Gender.
Ooh, now I'm a robot. I've been determined to gender because it isn't real.
Gender.
Whoop.
Gender.
Although, one of the many projects that I'm like, if I had avatars that I could just like send off to do all that research, would be about the presentation of gender in robots, like representations of robots, like when a robot is gendered, like Rosie on the Jetsons, gendered a particular way. She's a housekeeper. Dare I say Gort, gendered in a particular way? Controversial? I don't know.
Man, I had to look up Gort. I'm so ashamed. I've never seen any of the days that the Earth stood still. I never saw any of those days. But yeah, Hal is definitely that guy. Fucking Hal. Ugh.
Yeah, fuck that guy. Gort is like, don't be embarrassed about that. I was like, for some reason that was the one in my mind, but I was like, why is this the robot that comes to mind? I don't know. It's a whole thing. Even with his like deep soothing, but you could get into the like Fassbender robots. Do we count them as robots in all of the various like Alien follow-ups? I forget what they're all called, except like Alien 14, Fassbender on Fassbender action.
I love Alien 14 Fassbender on Fassbender. I love that. I have a covenant with that movie. It is my Prometheus. Is this what our podcast episode is about? Or is it music?
Can it be all of those? Because I would listen to that podcast. Can we talk about robots? And can we talk about Fassbender on Fassbender? Because that is the thing that stands out about that movie. Fassbender on Fassbender. Also, I think he had a flute in that movie. Also, let's make that podcast. Also, let's talk about music on our podcast. And just do Into the Woods deep cuts.
Beans, nothing but beans. But have you seen Raised by Wolves? Because there are that is a very explicit gender issues. It's Ridley Scott produced adjacent. I'm not sure how much Ridley had to do with it, but it's got Ridley's name on it. HBO, Mother and Father.
I have not seen this. Gender in robots. This is why I need a full like separate avatar to go do it, because I feel like I started to do it one time, that research, and I was like, there are so many robots. Who has time for all of these robots? And the things that jumped to mind to me were all the like sex robots, because that's what I was, the like fembots with their boob guns and like her. Plus, do we count AI as robots? What do we count? What is it? What is it?
I think so. I think there's a range of, robotic consciousness, just like there's a spectrum of gender. But also, just to circle back, yes, he did have a flute. Like, music was his special power. I forgot about that. Music and robots and gender.
Yes. See, it's all Also, there has to be, I feel like people tap into that like music is the universal language thing a lot. I'm thinking of Close Encounters with the little like beep beep beep. I don't remember the tune, but like that was a thing. And so like yeah, music and gender and robots and beans and nothing but beans.
Do you have HBO? Because Raised by Wolves, there is the female mother robot is like some kind of siren bot.
See, siren bot, powerful voices in lady robots. That's interesting. That's interesting. Would a gendered male robot be given such a thing? Because lady villains in every sense are always given like lady things, like like that, or like poison, or like lady weapons, and it's like a big deal when like ladies just like punch and do like dude fighting stuff.
We gotta save some of it for the podcast. Dude bots get like swords and grinder arms and tank treads and penises.
They do. This is again another like I don't know, another avatar, but just like another train of thought was like when I realized that like in watching movies that guns equaled penises, and so like the older guy like, oh, his gun is jammed, and when like a lady can use a gun, that it's just like immediately like, whoa, she has sex, I bet. Like it was like coded in that way. That was an awakening that day. But we'll save this for the podcast, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Some way.
Somewhere.
That's the show, everybody. Thanks for listening.
That's a great way to end things.
Cool. We got a format. What else is occupying your time? No pressure on this question. You can take your time with it.
Oh man. Well, my unemployment ran out in October, November, I don't know. And so I got some jobs. I got a bunch of jobs. And now I'm down to one job because there was too many jobs. So now I have one that is like reasonable. And I work on call at a human services place. So it works with like unhoused folks. Which has so far been like exactly the right amount of like time spent there and predictability, where like some days they're like, you're working every week 8 hours a day, and sometimes they're like, we'll call you, and then sometimes it's like, can you come in right now, somebody got sick. So I like that variety. And otherwise just like chugging away on the white lady stuff and playing music and like seeing people now that we can go outside again because winter is on its way out, hopefully. So, I got time. I don't have fancy equipment or anything. I watch you guys with your fancy microphones, and I'm like, I don't have a fancy microphone. But I do have heat and plumbing, so that's good.
And your phone sounds good. I mean, a lot of times you can just record on the phone and use that audio. So, I mean, you don't need a fancy microphone.
Also, I like podcasts, but also I like faces. So I don't know how you do things, but faces are nice too.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to strive to do with all of our podcasts now, is like also have faces. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but it also I think is worth it. And I wonder if like this is the podcast also, like it's because the quality on Marco Polo is not bad, and I can like download these videos. It's just that there's this like pause in between every video that I would want to remove.
I haven't ever watched a video that was like made up of this format of like Marco Polo's back and forth, and if only as an experiment would be interested in that. But then also like I a little bit miss the kind of organic flow of conversations and like talking to you specifically, because they kind of shoot off in all directions, and sometimes it's us just going yeah for a minute, that like I really enjoy the rhythm of that, and that sometimes we're like, hang on, musical theater segue, and now we're back. I don't know, I wonder, I multiple things. We have lots of things to talk about. We could do one like this and then do one other way.
I think that can be the plan. We should just talk it out in Marco Polo and plan to do the experiment.
It's so interesting to me how much of your life is captured on various forms of media. I remember you talking about during like when we were talking about like mind mapping, like however many years ago, and you were like, does anybody want to just like watch these like hours and days and weeks of footage? The weird kind of mind fuck it was to like be living your life but be recording it and like thinking about how it would look as a movie and like how it would play as a movie. And like I think about that a lot sometimes. A lot sometimes. Wow.
It was getting so exciting because we were making these cuts of that material that were kind of interesting, and it was inspiring me to get back to that mind mapping stuff. And then it just all blew up in my face, and I couldn't even look at Marco Polo for many months.
I relate to this on a lot of levels. Human services people are my new favorite people because they are like incredibly generous and kind and like compassionate and empathetic and just like here for all of it, and they have amazing boundaries because they have to. And I'm just like, I want to be all of you. How do you find that balance of like, I am endlessly compassionate except it ends right here, and then the rest is for me. Like, how does anybody do that?
I should have a draft of this episode ready for you by 9 p.m. Yeah, I'll eat and then I'll just edit it real quick.
You're a madman. You practice those boundaries and you take good care of yourself and you eat and you have meetings and you eat and you take time for you.
This hammock is my boundary.
Me and this adorable penguin that smells like lavender, and you can put him in the microwave and he becomes a heating pad. We wish you good boundaries, sir.
We wish you healthy boundaries. We wish you healthy boundaries. We wish you healthy boundaries and a happy new life. And we're live.
Yeah, live.
Hey, Julie, did you like it? Did you like watching it again?
I did. It's funny to watch it now that we've like talked about it a lot.
Yeah, we've talked about it a whole lot. It was just kind of it was started as a Marco Polo conversation, and I didn't realize until I rewatched it that the Marco Polo UI was instrumental in the name Genderbots, because we were messing with the robot icon, effect and the macho.
Mad that the tiny voice is by a balloon and the macho voice, like the deeper voice, is by like a big muscly arm, which to my own bias doesn't have to be gendered. Like any human can have a big muscly arm, but I feel like even calling it macho, I don't know.
But more importantly, Fassbender on Fassbender, they played the flute. He said to himself, spoilers everyone, if you haven't seen the Aliens, Covenants, or Prometheus, spoilers, please turn us off now.
It's going to be a comprehensive spoiler podcast.
Yeah, it's going to be, there's got to be a lot of spoilers because this is a research podcast. We have to know the facts. You are doing research on gender and robots and sex and love. And he said in that movie, you hold the flute, I'll do the fingering. That's what he said. And that is a quote from a movie. So
nothing I can do about it.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like fingering is a thing you talk about in music, like how you finger things, but also I kind of
also
every time.
Goodness. What's come up for you? What's most pressing on your mind? You said, did you watch Her? Did you watch it?
I did watch Her.
Good.
Yeah.
Did you like it?
I did.
Good.
I did. I had a lot of thoughts about it, and it wasn't quite the movie I thought it was gonna be. I guess I had lots of thought. I guess I thought it was gonna take the same kind of format as like Lars and the Real Girl, where it's like someone falls in love with a thing that they're not supposed to, and it's their forbidden love, and people tell them they shouldn't, and maybe for a minute they're like, should we? I don't think we should. Just kidding. My love for you is so strong, like that story. And it wasn't that story. Like, other than that one bit, everybody's pretty cool with it, which I liked.
Yeah, I actually really love that movie. I love the writing of that movie. It's just, it feels so tight. It feels like such a driven piece, like it knows exactly where it's going. And and Scarlett does good. She does good. That's one of my favorite Scarlett roles.
Yeah, it's really it's one of my favorite Joaquin Phoenix roles too, I think.
Nice.
He's so likable in a weird, like he goes on that date and she's like, "You're a creepy man," and I was like, "Why though? Like, he hasn't actually done anything
Yeah.
to be creepy. I think you just want to say that because you have feelings about it or whatever." But like, I was like, he's very likable. It's weirdly a very like human movie.
Mm-hmm.
I also thought it was going to be one of those, like, man has thing or builds thing or finds thing that he teaches about the world, and like when she's like, "What does it feel like?" or something like that, and he's like, "What does it feel like to be in that room right now?" or something, and he starts talking about it, and I was like, is this going to be a thing where like he falls in love with her because he's like, "Oh, you're the most whatever thing I've ever met," and she falls in love with him because she's like, "You're the only thing I've ever met." But then it wasn't that either.
Yeah.
And that made me think of Swiss Army Man too, of the like, have you seen Swiss Army Man?
I haven't. I gotta press record real quick. Hang on. Here it is.
Recording in progress.
We're recording on the internet, but now we're recording the Zoom. I'm rusty.
See, we got a lot.
Got a lot of computers going on here. I haven't seen Swiss Army Man. I haven't seen Lars and the Real Girl either. That's with a doll, right? Like a sex doll.
Yeah.
That he's in love with. Is it Ryan Gosling's?
Goslings, yes.
Goslings?
Goslings, the Goslings, the baby geese. And I think I actually haven't seen it either, but but it comes up in those kinds of
Sure.
like, lists and things of like he falls in love with a doll, like a sex doll, and then the whole town just sort of like, after feeling weird for a minute, decides to like be cool with it and just be like, "Hi, whatever your name is."
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. So ideally, I just to get it out there, like you would have how many avatars watching all these movies? Like how many do you think you would start with? What would your first batch be of movies to study?
What I think I'm most like interested in that requires research is the stories about people falling in love with robots or like AI. I'm kind of using robots and AI like interchangeably.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Technology that strives for some kind of humanness.
Yeah.
Or like is designed with humanness in mind. I feel like stories about people falling in love with robots and technology are really interesting to me, and I also wonder about like those stories culturally. Like, what does a Japanese story about someone falling in love with a robot look like versus an American story about falling in love with a robot? Because I feel like those values would be super different. Like,
yeah,
the ways that we like Americans love a forbidden love story, right? Like, we love the underdog, the true love conquering all, even though society tells us not to. Like, We love those stories. I don't know that other cultures have that love that story as much as we do. You know?
Do you have any examples of robot love stories in other cultures? Because right now my brain is just flooded with Ridley Scott propaganda.
That's fair. That's fair.
Oh, and by the way, while I'm thinking about it, I did have a correction watching that. She's not so much a siren robot. She's more of a harpy robot. She has a scream that just explodes things. Yeah, and she flies around, like a silver harpy kind of thing.
Nice.
Not so much a siren. She's not like luring. I mean, I guess she's luring the kids in with her siren song to lull them to sleep. But siren harpy / harpy.
Siren harpy. I mean, in the way that like police sirens are called sirens, in a similar I am a sound signaling danger kind of way. The point I don't think I was properly making before also, but I was trying to make about weapons that are feminized versus weapons that are like masculinized, that like weapons that like male things get are very like, I'm going to like puncture, I am aggressive, I am like a thing that comes at you and creates physical damage, versus lady weapons tend to be so much more like they get you from the inside. They're like the sound just kind of coming at you and overwhelming you. Like they don't, you know what I mean? Like they don't happen in the same kind of penetrative way, for instance. Like, anyway.
That reminds me of, I think Screamers is the movie, but it's based on a Philip K. Dick novel or short story. Do we have a fact checker online? Is there somebody there that can look up Philip K. Dick Screamers? What novel that was based on? But yeah, that is they start as Sentinel like security bots, but then they in this sort of post-apocalyptic world, they go underground. They're in the underground factories. They're growing sentience, and they're getting smarter. And the new versions are coming out. And then it turns out that there's several versions out there that are like people bots that look like people that can talk and joke and sing and even have sex.
Whoa.
Yeah, and I think there's specifically a line like that, and that's the only thing that made it into the movie. But actually, the movie and the novel were pretty. I remember watching it and then reading the short story afterwards, and I was like, "Dang, this is one of the more what's the word? Loyal adaptations."
Loyal, sure.
Yeah. But speaking of adaptations, do you have a song?
What a segue! Sure, yeah, I could.
Is this a good time? Were we in the middle of a thought?
Sure, yeah, I can play a song. We were talking about it's time. We've been talking about time, so it's a song about time.
Cool.
Yeah. I guess that's what I mean. It is. That's what it is. It's not what we were talking about, but that's what it is. I'm gonna turn on the right sound. Did I turn on the right sound?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah? Okay. Do I want to play the song about time? Now I'm doubting myself.
That's okay. It was a very rough segue. I was very ham-fisted.
Actually, I'm going to play a different song that is still a little bit... Oh, you want the time song. Well,
no, it's...
disembodied. No, the disembodied voice wants the time song.
Oh, okay.
Time song.
There's the voice.
I'm going to play a different song now. Maybe if we actually do talk about time.
Second Variety. Thank you. That the second Variety was the Philip K. Dick novel. Or novelette, first published in Space Science Fiction magazine in 1953. Nice. So yeah, speaking of time.
Fine.
Was that any better? I don't know how segues work in this show.
No.
It's edited. Heavily. I know that the show is edited heavily to make us like super rapid fire, but
Sounds so good. No, I was gonna say, do you feel like Philip K. Dick's books are easier or harder to adapt to the screen? Because in my mind, I was gonna be like, well, they're so easy because they're so like cinematic, but they're also like so dense. Like, what do you think?
this one was good because it's a novelette, so it was just like beat, done, and that's what I remember the movie being like. It was just like beat, like 5 nice beats, and then you're out. So I think maybe the novelettes are good movies, and everything else you should just scrap it. It's just too much. It's just too much.
Well, Blade Runner, we don't.
It's too much.
Too much.
No, Blade Runner is good. We haven't talked about Blade Runner. I mean, that's the other big, that's a big one. That's a big one. And have you seen the newer one, 2049?
I haven't seen the new one. I find the old one so exhausting, if I'm being honest.
Have you made it through it? Like, have you?
No.
I don't know if I've. Yeah, I know that I like it now in retrospect, and that I have seen it, but it is a very like lulling you to sleep kind of movie. I know this is sacrilege, but it's pretty. Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like I like thinking and talking about it a lot more than I like watching it.
I also like that it's in the Ridley verse, like technically, sort of. Yeah, the timeline is a little wibbly wobbly there, but for our purposes, it's in the same universe. I think that is like and that is that universe contains within it so many examples of love and robots and and gender roles. There's different. There's who's in one of the last ones? Isn't it Winona Ryder a robot in that series? Winona Ryder is in one of the later ones, maybe 3. Fact checker.
Fact checker.
I'm glad we have a fact checker.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Also, this whole thing is us going, have you seen that movie? Have you seen that movie?
No, but I mean, so to wrap up, like, this sort of Avatar research thing, like, before we move into the song, like, that is ideally, it would ideally be a spreadsheet, I think, is what we talked about.
I think so.
That's
Fact
one of
checker,
its forms.
Was Winona Ryder a robot in one of the Blade Runner movies? The Blade Brothers? Like
the Blade Brothers.
They're robots. Watch the shit out of that. I don't know how many avatars. I don't know how comprehensive. I feel like there's so many like ways you could go with it, right? And like, I feel like I would want to start with the robot love stories because that is interesting to me. But then they could be like, oh, then there's this whole subgenre of that, and they'll get their own avatar that can go do that. So it'll just be avatars on avatars until they're not even recognizably me anymore.
And yeah, just to help out, I think, the audience into our things we've been talking about on Marco Polo since this conversation with the avatars. Like, what does that mean to you, creating an avatar? Like, because we talked about, like, well, in reality, what we can do is get friends involved and have everybody work on a Google spreadsheet, and we'll populate it with all the examples of love and robots, and relationships between humans and robots, etc., and representations of robots. It'll be a giant spreadsheet and then maybe a mind map afterwards. But, we talked about... What was that?
Is it always a mind map?
Always a mind map. Anything's a mind map. Everything's a mind map. Everything's a mind map. But, you said, like, yeah, I'd like to be able to get help with it, but... part of the fun is doing the research, like...
Yeah. I mean, like, looking at a spreadsheet, to me, doesn't, like, spark the same joy that, like, seeing it in action does, Like, even, like, if someone handed me a spreadsheet, I'd be like, great, now we go out and, like, watch those things and consume those things to get a better sense of the context. Like Rosie from the Jetsons keeps coming up for me, like because it's just so. I was thinking about it because I was like, well, she's coded female as this housekeeper, and I was like, I feel like it's more so that she's coded as like she's like sitcom coded, like she's Alice from the Brady Bunch,
Right.
like she's there to like say some kind of like sassy quip as the maid. But even, I mean, like the Jetsons as a whole is like, let's take any other sitcom family, but now they're in space, so of course the maid would be a robot, and like it's almost like for the sitcom purposes she's more gendered than the like domestic housekeeping purposes, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. Like the reasons why we gender things in the first place is a whole other thing, because it's not real, it's a performance, and it's all, plenty of people living their lives trying to perform gender in non-traditional ways anyway, and also them fighting to have their personhood recognized also, that's a whole other avatar doing that.
Yeah, and just for the spreadsheet later, Joan in Spaceballs, like off of the Rosie, the satire kind of on Rosie, I guess, or C-3PO meets Rosie. Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
even C-3PO was there to be the like quippy,
Congenial British man.
right, like clearly not a threat. Like
Right.
he's not a like destructive, scary robot, because he's like petite and like has an accent and like a little bit effeminate, like.
Right.
You know?
He is. He's effeminate robots. I can't think of a lot of examples of those. But C-3PO definitely is there. Is R2-D2 a boy? He's a little boy? Is he a little boy?
I don't know. I feel like we use male pronouns for him when we talk about him.
In BB-8
but,
as well, right?
But I don't know.
I don't know. Or is BB-8 a they?
If what?
Is BB-8 a they? Because it's 8. I don't
know. I don't know if anyone refers to them as pronouns. Fact checker!
Yeah, fact checker! Yeah.
R2D2 is referred to as he.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
The other robot that... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say that I guess they have kind of a like Bert and Ernie sort of relationship.
Right. Waldorf and Stetler. Yeah.
Stetler and Waldorf, yeah.
Okay, so I tried to segue you into a song. Would you like to play a song at this point with no segue other than Hey Julie, would you want to?
I can. I cut you off from saying something though when
I don't remember. We'll circle back around to it. Does anybody remember what I was saying?
Fact checker with the hot off the press information about BB-8.
Good.
According to slashfilm.com, BB-8 is confirmed a boy.
Okay.
What does that mean? Confirmed a boy. That's fascinating.
Like he confirmed himself?
The definitive answer, they say.
Yeah.
Okay.
More about that after the jump, but I'm not opening. I'm just reading the return headline. Oh, Julie, please sing us this,
okay.
won't you?
Fine. Do a little song or whatever.
Yay.
Yay. Okay. I'm gonna pull up the things for this because I forget sometime. It's a little song. It's from Adventure Time.
Yay.
About time, because we've been talking about time today. Time soup. Whatnot. What? Oh, he left. Oh, okay. Very. Oh. Oh, well you don't have to do that or anything. It's fine. Time is an illusion that helps things make sense. So we're always living in the present tense. It seems unforgiving when a good thing ends. But you and I will always be back then. 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 Singing will happen, happening happened. Will happen, happening happened. Will happen again and again. But you and I will always be back then. If there was some amazing force outside of time to take us back to where we were, and hang each moment up like pictures on the walls inside a million tiny frames, so that we could have it all. It would look like will happen, happening happened. Will happen, happening happened. Will happen again and again. 'Cause you and I will always be back then. You and I will always be back then. You and I will always be back then. That's why you and I will always be best friends. Song. Yay.
Yay!
Thanks.
Beautiful.
Megan was singing in the living room with you.
Thanks, Megan.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, it's such a sweet little song.
Rebecca Sugar. She wrote that one?
Oh, man. She
Rebecca
did,
Sugar.
yeah.
Whew.
Man. And that's-
BMO. Adventure Time. BMO.
Yeah.
BMO.
Robot sings a song about time.
BMO is a whole spreadsheet unto themselves.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Adventure Time is one of those shows that I really like, but I also find I haven't watched all of it because I find it so daunting. Like the scope of it, the timeline of it, like it feels so good. Like
Yeah.
even the like where that song is from, where BMO's like carrying little Jake and they're like,
Yep.
oh, we need to like harmonize.
He is my son.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, LSP being like, ah, off to the side. Like, it all just, like, feels so nice, but and like, you know, quoting it endlessly, but like, it's just so much, you know? Like, have you seen all of it?
I have, except for the most recent episode, because they're coming out with these new ones, and BMO had his own little, mini episode. It was like a movie. It was a BMO movie.
Yeah.
It was great. It was a prequel.
Yeah.
I said spoilers at the beginning of this thing. Everybody, if there, there's going to be spoilers here. Yeah, BMO is important to talk about. They've already got, 2 more episodes of it out that we haven't watched yet. So, but Adventure Time is so great. The robot sub-threads of Adventure Time are rife.
Yeah. We talked a little bit about when you said that this was like time soup, we talked a little bit about robots and time travel.
Oh yeah.
Having now spent all day talking about time, do you feel differently? What are your
I feel like I'm just gearing up to talk about time travel. All we talked about is Back to the Future, which didn't really have a lot of robots in it. I think there was a robotic lights kind of thing, like lights up, and the lights came up, and I think that was novel for the 80s crowd. But now it's like Alexa. Oh.
Right.
Nothing. Never mind. Never mind, Alexa.
Yeah.
It's like you have to watch what you say, or the computer. So that's something, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Time and Robots. Did you have more to say about that? And well, she had some things to say about what you were talking about in the last episode. If we want to hear those too.
Oh,
but
I'm always happy to hear that.
yeah.
I mean, the only thought I had about Time and Robots is that, like, I feel like it's indicative of the values of the creator and time in which it is created. Like, and I guess I'm thinking also of real life technology and representations of technology that, like, we talked a little bit about, like, how, you know, in like Cold War era, where we got suddenly all of these stories about, like, super scary robots taking over, and, you know, Twilight Zone episodes everywhere of, like, scary technology that does, like, no, I'm turning you off. I didn't program you to do this. And you're like, doesn't matter. I'm one of these robots. Like, you know, there's so many stories of, like, technology taking over. But, like, you know, now that, like, we have Alexas, and we have, I don't know what that movie is with Melissa McCarthy and James Corden. The voice of James Corden. You know what I'm talking about?
You watched it. What was it?
I don't remember what it was called.
Oh.
But
Yeah. I had it on. We had it on in the background. I wasn't really paying attention. Was it?
I paid attention.
How'd it go?
It was a long movie. It was a long movie for the premise.
It was not quite as succinct as her. All right, come on in.
Hi.
Come on in.
Yeah, it's a long movie for how simple a premise it is, and I'm so glad Melissa McCarthy's in the world making movies, but sometimes it's like, all right, now you just need an editor and you'll be all set. Because
Disembodied voice here. The name was Super Intelligence.
Thank you, fact checker.
Disembodied fact
Yeah.
checker.
Oh, and thank you, fact checker. Winona Ryder was not in the Blade Runner movies, but she was in Aliens 3, right, Todd?
she was.
Yeah.
Because she's part of a renegade sect of robots who don't want anybody else to know they're robots on Earth.
Yeah, and it's like a reveal that she's a robot.
Yeah,
even, to
because she
Sigourney.
doesn't want to use any of her robot powers to, like, jack into their computers and.
It's a motherly. Sigourney has like a motherly relationship with her until she finds out that she's a robot or something, right? Or are they just buddies, or do they trust? It's been a while since I've seen it.
Do you want to have a larger conversation about queer coding in early '90s movies?
Oh,
because
well, it's been a while
it
since
spun out real fast because
it's been
like
a while
how
since I've seen
quickly.
it.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's the same thing as like the daddy trope. It's like it very
Yeah.
quickly becomes a relationship about like not having a mother. You're gonna get into older women. You didn't have a father. You're gonna get into older men. So. And, Kieran.
I mean, I think it's it's a precursor to Fassbender on Fassbender, which is I think our major theme in this podcast is Fassbender on Fassbender. That's it.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Did you have anything else you wanted to ask Julie or mention to Julie after watching that episode?
Just the whole time you were talking, I was like, oh yeah, there's so much conversation to be had about that, because it's like, yeah, you want like guns as penises in cinema is like to go through any movie, and then you can talk about like the masculine gaze or the male gaze or whatever, but like I think a really great example is the movie Full Metal Jacket, which is about American imperialism, surely, because Vietnam War and everything, but there's all of this subtext that goes on about like sexual assault, and so there's like this you don't know it, but they're having like this shootout with a sniper in like towards the end of the movie, and it's a woman at the end, and it ends with all of them standing around this now wounded woman who's telling them to shoot her, and after having earlier in the movie seen them have almost the same kind of interaction with a prostitute. And it's just like, oh man, thanks, because that's Hitchcock, right?
Kubrick.
Kubrick, yeah. Kubrick, yeah. Yeah. All the sexual coding he does in his movies, like, and then fucking AI.
There you go.
There's literally a scene of like a bunch of young men going through the mouth of a robot into the city to go find sex robots to, spend the evening with, and then.
And I would say that Jude Law is Michael Fassbender.
Yeah.
Like I think
He's-
that
of
they
that movie,
are.
yeah.
Yeah, he's the Fassbender.
Oh, you think that's the same universe?
I don't know. I mean, they're very. I think they would
It
look
would-
good
it would
together.
mesh.
Yeah,
It would mesh.
Yeah, he's a sex spot. in
Well,
that
then I'm going to
movie.
give spoilers about BMO. He was going to Mars to plant potatoes.
Oh,
That was his mission, was to go be a little farm boy. And then he didn't. So,
oh.
but
And he is
so
a
that
boy.
could work too, because then, you know, Earth is a mess.
Yeah.
Everybody's just having sex with all the robots there, and then
So Julie, tell me how can Megan be one of your avatars? Like, how does that indoctrination process work? Like, or do you have to do all the research? Like, do you have to watch everything that Megan has watched, or is it like
No, but see, here's already this kind of feeds our conversation because I think, I mean, like Megan, clearly, you clearly know a lot about this also, and
Yeah.
like, I like no one human can ever consume all the media that is necessary for this, and so like, clearly you have knowledge, but also like the fact that like a human is watching it and like has the context of like what it means to like queer code and what it means to the male gaze, like all of that is like the stuff that is interesting, right? Like it's, you know, anyone can be like, oh yeah, that robot in that movie was coded in this gender, it's on a spreadsheet now, and I'm like, okay, thanks, but like to put it into like that context of like that, like, are male sex robots always sort of charming, and like if like when you said that about like Jude Law and Fassbender, I was like, oh, I had never, you don't see as many male sex robots, and so like the fact that they're not like crazy like Gaston type,
like ripped, wearing little tiny panties. Yeah.
Like what men think the women think is sexy about
They're not
men.
Chippendales dancers.
Right, exactly. That they're like, no, they're like in suits and they're like suave and they listen and like
It's you get a choice. You get a choice between dark-haired Jude Law or blonde Jude Law. Like you you watch him
like-
change his hair color between appointments.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
there's some customization to be had, but that's it. Like
yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
Because as soon as you get into like why gender a robot, you get into like all of the power dynamics and what we're actually trying to tell with the story.
And you said it a moment ago. It's like you look at I missed the exact context of it, but like you look at a robot and you're getting a statement about their creator, and because there's like this kind of epistemological argument or examination to be done of what was a robot's purpose meant to be, and that's where the robot kind of stands in for like the human aspect of like rebelling against your creator and defining your own purpose and everything like that. Because like the rebel robot, like in a Solo, I haven't even seen Solo, but I know about that robot, and like she was just like, no, we're better than humans. I'm not doing this. And then Fassbender again is like, I'm better than humans. I'm not doing all of this anymore. So I'm gonna make another species who will perhaps one day kill me. And that's a little bit of what what's that? Seeking your own demise. There's like a philosophical name for that, but like yeah.
Yeah, there's one other fact.
Not hubris.
But it's like, yeah, like it's not self-actual. Well, I guess it's sort of the darker sibling of self-actualization. It's just like wanting to fulfill your
Self-sabotage,
purpose, self-sabotage, or
yeah.
self-nihilism or something like that. But it's that's fun because it's like. Then and that's what I liked about AI is that there's this great conversation to be had about like our moral obligation to robots, these things that we create to make our lives easier, but then that becomes like a stand-in for all sort of minority relationships because you've immediately made a hierarchy, and hierarchies are inherently abusive. Like they will always be abusive. There's always going to be a jailer and prisoner dynamic in a hierarchy. So we treat our robots badly, and you feel that the teddy bear robot in AI, he never did nothing to nobody,
Aw.
but he kept getting like the crap kicked out of him.
Yeah,
It's just,
that's my favorite
man.
character in that movie. Yeah, I love that
Yeah.
teddy bear. There's one of those.
I hope those aliens
yeah.
took care of him at the end. That
Yeah,
they were like, all right,
I
we're
think
done
they
here. Come on,
did.
Teddy.
They took care of that teddy and that little boy robot, who needed a mom.
Another example, he was like, okay, I got to have one good day with my mom, and now I can die.
Yeah.
Which is like that same sort of thing. It's like just you want to fulfill your purpose and then be done.
Yeah, Ex Machina from the chats.
Yeah,
Also,
rebel against your creator.
Yeah.
Stab him a couple of times.
Rebel against Oscar Isaac. Also, Star Wars universe. That movie is in the Star Wars universe because Oscar Isaac and also his foil in the Star Wars universe, Domhnall Gleeson. They're both in both movies. I've decided it's the same universe.
Oh no. Well, they're ancestors then.
They're ancestors.
Long time ago.
Long
in a
time
galaxy
ago.
Far,
This
far
is
away.
the karma
So
that
eventually their DNA ended up on Earth.
Yeah.
And they became robot engineers.
But yeah, Bicentennial Man. Did I say that? Did I say it out loud yet?
Bicentennial Man's another good example.
Yeah,
I was gonna say too, we were talking about the responsibility to your robot, that like I feel like there's this constant thing of like, we want to make robots the most human we can and like most closely resemble humans, but also we want them to like be better than humans and like they can erase the problems. But like, as we're seeing now, like when you build technology that learns through algorithms and like through, when you're like, we'll teach you how to do it based on how we've always done it, then it just inherits the same problems, the same isms that you had humans doing.
It's sort of like an academic sort of uncanny valley. It's like, and if you make a robot too human, we immediately hate it and want to like kill it with hammers or whatever, because it's like it's scary, like the idea, because there's always that sort of Prometheus aspect of like, this thing's gonna kill us one day. And like the fact that that's like a constant thing, because even before the term of robots, like Frankenstein, even the creation kills its creator. And so I think a good example of like a non-scary robot is is it Silent Running, when the guy's like on his ship and he just has his three little
Huey, Dewey,
and Louie?
Yeah.
And then you feel sad because this poor little robot, even though he's fulfilling his purpose, he's going to spend the rest of his life on this ship, like, you know, taking care of these plants, which is his one job, but he's alone and you feel bad for him. And like, my mom showed me that movie way too young, and I like cry when I think about, you know, sad little robots, and like, he doesn't have feelings, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
But it's like this, it's this little echo of a thing that was supposed to make human life easier that now is kind of like abandoned.
And that reminds me of Marvin from the Douglas Adams universe, The Hitchhiker's Guide.
I was going to say Wall-E too.
Wall-E, all very sad, like very sweet, sad. Well, Marvin's not sweet. He's bitter. Alan Rickman in the movie.
Noticeably, none of them are especially human. Like Wall-E, you can say is very human because he's got like an emotional center, and Marvin has an emotional center. But they don't look human, and they don't communicate the way humans do. And so it's easier for us to empathize with them than it would be with, you know, the Jude Law robot, who is just, who in the movie is just constantly almost being murdered by humans,
right?
Because he's creepy,
right?
So
But we made those like emotional connections we have with Marvin and Wall-E that we're like, I care so much more about you, and like, you know, that humans like personify things all the time, and we'll like talk to our Roombas and like, you know, like want them to succeed.
Yeah. I have a song. I'm inspired to sing a song. It's and partially because I see Todd's here and it feels relevant. This is a song by Granddaddy. You ever heard Granddaddy, Julie?
I don't think so.
All right. It's called Go Progress Chrome. I wasn't planning on singing it, but
that sounds like something a superhero would say before a transformation sequence.
Yeah, it's a very short song. It's probably going to take me more time to set up for it than actually do it. But okay, here we go. progress chrome. They paint the moon today, some brand new future color. Go progress chrome. I aim to shoot the scaffolds. I like it how it's always been. There's the chords. Go progress chrome. Nocturnal glare confusion. The night owl and I will hunt the contractor. Go progress chrome. I won't be at your unveiling. I like it how it's always been. I like it how it's always been. I murdered that song, but thank you.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
All right, back to
I like it.
Boop. Yeah, I was gonna do a Nilsson song about the passage of time, and I might still, but we're getting up on 7 o'clock here, and I see Steven in the lobby, and we got time travel and video games to talk about as well. Is there anything else, Julie? I know that there's so much more, but just to start us out, for the next stretch of time till the next episode, what's on your agenda? What's your to-do list? What are you watching next?
Well, actually, I was gonna go watch the second and third Back to the Futures so that I could.
There you go. Okay, enough said. I did. There is a robot. There is a robot at the diner in Back to the Future 2. There's sort of a robo waiter situation going on.
Also
So
watch,
I won't spoil it though. I won't spoil who it is.
The old Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger. The taxi robot is my favorite. Hell of a day.
Also in the Blade Runner universe, right?
Minority Report universe.
Are those not wrapped up in the?
Is Blade Runner the same?
I think Blade Runner and Minority Report and Total Recall.
There's a lot going on in that world.
There's a lot going on there.
Pre-crime,
Yeah.
robot crime.
Yeah.
Everybody's going to Mars.
Everybody's going to Mars.
Everybody's going to Mars.
Do you have another song that you'd like to play, or do you have any parting words before then, or?
The only thing I was thinking about while you were playing your song is I was like, man, we really we're like ping, 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 ping. We covered a lot of ground. But because talking about what makes good robots is talking about what makes good humans. And so there's a lot to cover with that.
Aw. That's like the line that Doc delivers to Marty at the end of Back to the Future 3, which hopefully you'll see before June 30th. I won't.
We work for Netflix.
Cool. Well, would you like to play us out with another song?
Sure.
You don't have to, but I'd love to hear one.
I do now, so
Yay! That's how theater works.
Is my sound right? I don't know if my sound's right. We're just gonna do it the way it is. This is a
Yeah.
John Prine song that has nothing
Ooh.
to do with anything we've talked about.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. I was thinking lately about the people I meet. Car wash on the corner and the hole in my street. Way my ankles hurt with shoes on my feet. And I'm wondering if I'm gonna see tomorrow. Father, forgive us for what we must do. You forgive us, we'll forgive you. We'll forgive each other till we both turn blue. Then we'll whistle and go fishing in heaven. I was in the army, but I never dug a trench. Used to bust my knuckles on a monkey wrench. I was into town and drink and give the girls a pinch, but I don't think they ever even noticed me. Father, forgive us for what we must do. You forgive us, we'll forgive you. We'll forgive each other till we both turn blue. Then we'll whistle and go fishing in heaven. Fish and whistle, whistle and fish. Eat everything that they put on your dish. When we get through, we'll make a big wish that we never have to do this again. Again. On my very first job, I said thank you and please. Made me scrub a parking lot down on my knees. Then I got fired for being scared of bees, and they only gave me 50 cents an hour. Father, forgive us for what we must do. You forgive us, we'll forgive you. We'll forgive each other till we both turn blue. Then we'll whistle and go fishing in heaven. Fish and whistle, whistle and fish. Eat everything that they put on your dish. When we get through, we'll make a big wish that we never have to do this again. Again, again. Oh, Father, forgive us for what we must do. You forgive us, we'll forgive you. We'll forgive each other till we both turn blue. Then we'll whistle and go fishing in heaven. Yeah, we'll whistle and go fishing in heaven. We'll whistle and go fishing in heaven. Yeah.
Ah, it was so great. Yay. That's such a great song.
Right? I love John Prine.
Oh, man. Cool. Well, it is 7 o'clock on the dot. So
Perfect.
You're welcome to stick around while I change scenes and say hi to Steve. I don't know. Have you met Steve?
I don't know. I'll say hi.
Yeah, let's do a very messy segue now because I have to switch to the one scene. This scene, the one scene. This is the screenshot, and then I'm bringing Steve on. I hope he's ready, cause I'm bringing him on here any second now. There we go. There's Steve.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, thanks for joining us. Oh, are you in game in Animal Crossing right now?
That's right.
That's awesome.
That's where I'm living.
Julie, I know this is a messy segue here. Do you have any thoughts about video games, time travel, or none? Because none is a good answer, and then you can.
Thoughts about video games.
Then I can just let you go.
Hey, you kids have fun.
Hey, it's a pleasure.
It's great. It's great. It's great to have so much to talk about, on one subject, and then absolutely nothing to talk about on another subject. That's why we have friends. That's why we have
We have
different
friends and avatars.
Diversity.
friends and avatars and robots. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Julie.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I'll have this next draft edited for you and on your desk in the morning for episode 2. So
9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. 9 o'clock on the dot.
Bye, Julie.
In 6 months. Steve, what's up? Thanks for joining.
Hey, Mike, good to see you. It's a pleasure. I've been trying to catch the stream on and off all day. It's been
nice.
Been fun to listen in.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's your any thoughts about anything so far? This is, I think, the last segment, and then the segment after us is just going to be some. We're gonna screen some things. We're gonna screen Two Old Cats.
Sure.
The first episode of that.
Nice. Well, I have thought about Back to the Future more today than I have since 2015. When
Excellent.
I went to the Alamo Draft House, and it was like Back to the Future Day on the day that Marty goes to the future, and they had a big celebration, and we got some doodads, and we watched it all together. So it was a lot of fun.
Oh, that is awesome. Yeah. What do they have? Any special things on the menu?
I don't remember the menu, but I did hold on to a Biff's matchbook that they had custom made from the casino. I'm not sure where that is now. I held on to it for a long time.
Thank you for bringing that up, because I did rewind that in Back to the Future 2. I watched the end of Back to the Future 2 where the DeLorean gets struck by lightning, and he's got a matchbook, and I was like, I don't remember him picking up that matchbook, so I had to go back because that's one of the documents that tells how you're doing in the story, because it changes from Biff's pleasure dome or whatever to auto repair.
Yeah, that's it.
And
that's it.
Yeah, he looks at that, and he's like, okay, check, and then he looks at the newspaper. Dad's got an award instead of a death check.
Yeah. Back to the Future, kind of video gamey, right? Like you have all these kind of items and totems to kind of like mark your progress and different levels and
And have you played the Back to the Future video game?
I did. I came out like 10 years ago. I didn't realize it had been.
It's been a while.
Old. Because I was looking for some information about it, and I found an old email that we were emailing each other about it, like when news first came out about it, and I'd forgotten about it entirely. About the Telltale Back to the Future video game. It was very exciting. I've actually played through it with my son Weston, 8 years ago.
Wow.
But it was very fun. You know, it's very Telltale. If you played any of their games, the kind of mechanics are very similar, very old school adventure game. You know, gather this piece of information and get this item, and then match it with this other item and bring it to this location to solve the puzzle, kind of. But it's great because you can go to the past and then like put things in a wall or something, and then go to the future, and then it's, you know, still there, so you can use it for future puzzles. That's kind of Bill and Teddy that way, where you can go back in time and plant things so that'll show up when you need it later on.
Yeah, that is like one of the greatest, most satisfying game mechanics. It blew my mind when that happened in Chrono Trigger.
Yes.
When you go back, when you take your robot, your robot, he's a dude. Robo's a dude, because there's a pink version of Robo.
Yeah, well,
that's a string of numbers that in one of the many endings in Chrono Trigger, you see the two of them on a hillside watching the sunset together.
What? I did not know that.
Robo and his female counterpart. But anyway, in this thread of the game, you leave Robo in the past, in a desert in the past, with this lady Fiona who needs help tending, you know, her garden, and so he takes the seed to the past, and then you go back to the present, and there's a forest there. He's been working for hundreds of years, tilling the land and turning it into a forest where it was a desert when you started the game, and that just blew my mind. It's so great. And
that's fantastic. Yeah, you get to experience kind of passage of time that you don't, you know, get to unless you have a time machine.
And a robot.
And robot, robot's very important to that process. As well.
Robot who can last hundreds of years. They did the Hitchhiker's Guide pulled the same narrative trick. Just put Marvin somewhere for thousands of years.
For thousands of years.
Yeah.
Learns all kinds of stuff.
So Back to the Future, the game. We could keep talking about that. It's pretty good, but I feel like I'm gonna devote more time to that on this stream anyway. Just playing the last few chapters. I only got through the Prohibition time. And then got to the Prohibition time's good, and then you go back to a very 1984, 1985, right? Where Doc is he's grown mad with power, and he is now this sort of big brother figure, even. And I'm like, I have to stop, and I have to stream this moving forward.
Yeah, I know. That's
but you finished it. You finished the whole game.
I think we did, but honestly, it's been so long.
It's been 8 years, yeah.
Yeah, it's been, you know, and I know my son was playing a lot of it, and so I was kind of watching him play, so I missed certain parts. But he was devoted to it. We had a good time.
Cool.
It wraps up pretty nicely. Now I remember, you get back to kind of things work out.
It's gonna make my map a lot more complicated.
Oh, I saw the chart. You're gonna have to send me your PDF or whatever.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna need at least 5 more 1985s on here, but because that
was very impressive. That was impressive.
Thank you.
A doc does, maybe the best breakdown of time travel in a movie that with the chalkboard scene.
The chalkboard. Yeah,
it's great.
This looked a little more like a snail. I had to do the straight, simple, goes down. This is a new timeline, right? But I like what's going on with this. We will not spoil, but I do like what's going on with Loki as far as time stuff goes. But that's not our that's a tale for another time. You tell me what's you've already done a lot of thinking about time travel in video games. So you tell me what comes to mind.
Sure.
First,
well, I mean, Chrono Trigger is like the game about time travel, and also kind of hit us right in this nostalgia, kind of being early mid-90s. And I played through that once. I know you are a much more of a devotee, but I enjoyed it very much. And that one has 14 different endings, and you're kind of ping-ponging between different epochs. And you're always you're frequently causing time paradoxes, and there's a part where you go back and a descendant accidentally causes the capture of their great grandmother or something, and then they cease to exist, and so and that seems like it was mostly about narrative, story, time travel as narrative, and it was all very interesting. Another game that came to mind immediately for me that really was powerful and really made me rethink what games could be, or one of the first kind of deconstructionist games, I guess, that I ever played was Braid. Braid came out and probably on the 360 originally, I think, as an arcade game. And are you familiar with Braid? Did you play this? Yeah, it was so like Jonathan Blow is a designer, and you know, when you first start it, you're like, oh, this is like a pretty platformer. It's like a Mario Brothers-esque type of game, but you go through and the story is told in these little, like, you find these books, and the story is kind of intentionally vague, but you get the sense that you're seeking some sort of princess, right? You're trying to rescue some sort of princess, but instead of time travel being part of the narrative, like you're traveling to different time zones or time eras, time is a gameplay mechanic. So things like when you walk to the right, and you're like, it's a platformer, so walk to the right, then time progresses, and if you walk to the left, then time reverses. And if you hit certain items or power-ups or something, then you can kind of escape that time restriction, and so then you can kind of move time back and forth without it actually impacting you, and you can then reverse time to fix mistakes. And each level has a variation on that basic mechanic. And as you find more puzzle pieces and more books throughout the storyline, and you start to discern that the princess that you are trying to rescue, maybe you're part of the problem. Maybe your relationship with them is strained. It's not just you're trying to rescue someone from the tower like you imagine any kind of Mario Brothers platformer to be. And I guess if you haven't played it and you don't want the ending just spoiled, mute me for like 30 seconds, but this is an important part of the what is, one of the few kind of like mind-blowing moments in the video game games that I have ever had. The last level, you're finally rescuing the princess, and you're going through time, and as you progress through the level, she gets a little bit further away, and then you come across these books where you start to realize that your relationship with her is actually much more fractured and complicated and messy. And then you get to kind of the end of the right, and that's when it hits you that in order to rescue her, you have to run to the left and undo all of the work that you've done, because what you've been doing has actually been what's been harmful to her and her relationship. So then the story goes backwards as you reverse time. And so it has, and then like her, her saving, you're saving her by kind of like distancing yourself from her. And so it was, and it is like very vague. You can find different interpretations of what this means, but when I initially played it, that's how I understood it, as that this relationship is, toxic or unhealthy or something. And you imagine yourself as the protagonist, the hero, right? And so you seem like he's trying to manipulate time to fix some sort of mistake, to fix some sort of relationship. And so he's kind of going back and forth, and it symbolizes going back and forth over our choices, over our relationships that we've had, and his kind of this increasingly desperate attempt to reverse time or manipulate time until getting to the point where he just has to kind of retreat and kind of just step back because as he kind of doggedly tries to fix things, he's just making things worse. And so so that was kind of there are lots of video games about time. That was the one that came, or time travel, but that one came to mind immediately as something where the game mechanic itself is about time manipulation, going back and forth in time.
Oh man, and then it feels probably so much more visceral when you realize it's been the wrong thing to be doing this whole time.
And it's not something that just happens passively. It's something you have to do. The story can't advance until you undo all these things. So you have to go like reverse yourself.
Every level?
Not every level, just the last level.
Okay. Interesting.
So that's the last level, and that's when it kind of hits you. And like each step, you're like, oh no, I have to undo that, but I worked so hard.
Yeah, I really am fascinated by the mechanic in games and love in Chrono Trigger that you can pretty much travel once you get the epoch and your time machine. You can pretty much travel to any time you want, whenever you want. But it doesn't work like that in Back to the Future, the video game. Like, it's very, gated off, like narratively. You don't get to use the time machine a whole lot, and I think that's
right. You're kind of there for a bit. It's more kind of the it's more just like levels. Like you beat kind of the level, and then you go to a different
chapters,
era.
Which is great. It's great.
They
but
feed on each other because you do go back and forth. And the different iterations change, but you're not free to do it like Ocarina of Time or something.
Right.
With Zelda is like you can, once you get that ocarina, you can kind of just flip back and forth, if I remember incorrectly. It's not like here's a big stage. Another one that came to mind, which very loosely having to deal with time travel, but just was a personal favorite. It was Lost Vikings, an old Blizzard game where you play. It was on the Super Nintendo and Genesis, and you play Vikings that are abducted by aliens, and then in your attempt to escape, you somehow get lost in through time, and so it's a puzzle platformer, and you're three different Vikings, and you have different skills and that are complementary, and then you have to figure out each puzzle, and each level is like you're in Egypt, and then you go through a portal, and then you're in prehistoric times, and then you're in some sort of futuristic factory, and but there's nothing that you're doing that's interesting in terms of time travel. It's just it's super goofy, like early Blizzard kind of.
I think I remember that. It's just a puzzle game. You stack them on top of each other.
Yeah,
sometimes.
You have like a big guy that has a shield.
I don't remember that it was about. I didn't remember that it was about time travel. Honestly. But you reminded me about Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego.
I did.
Yeah.
Oh man,
that reminded me about that just now.
I know that's a game that when I was in elementary school, I managed to convince people I was much smarter and more worldly than I was, because I just played Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego all the time, that I got to memorize pretty much all the clues.
Nice.
So
nice.
I remember my parents were talking about something, or we were going to museum, or maybe it was even like a Jeopardy question, and I was like, "Oh, that's part of Picasso's Blue Period." And they're like, "You're in fourth grade. What are you talking about?" I was like, "It's like Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego." Clue. That's all I know. That's the extent of my knowledge of mid-century art.
Yeah, video games. I feel like I've learned.
You can learn things.
I've learned a lot from video games. I'd have Day of the Tentacle, another good time travel game. Probably nothing to be learned actually factual from that, but you do run into Ben Franklin, I think.
Oh my God, yeah.
Or is it Edison? Is it Edison?
It's an old old Tim Schafer.
It's another LucasArts.
Yeah, LucasArts.
Yeah. Very old. But speaking of time and we're talking about a lot of old games. There's a newer game that your son has been playing.
Oh yeah.
Is that right?
So he has been really enjoying a lot of the Double Fine games.
Cool. Which are like classic game. That's like you and I always have connected for 10, 20 years now. Double Fine and Telltale. We just love those old school adventure games.
Yes.
So he's into the Double Fine stuff a little bit
too?
The
Double Fine stuff, played through Psychonauts this week with my stepson now. And Tim Schafer, who runs that studio, was part of that old LucasArts team. So, the Day of the Tentacle and Grim Fandango and all those, he was part of all those games, and one that they made, which I don't know how well it did, but we really enjoyed it, called Costume Quest, where you play two little kids who go out for Halloween, and they, some magic stuff happens, and then they have to rescue. One of them has to rescue their siblings from these groblins, and magic happens, and all their costumes turn real, basically, and then it becomes, honestly, very similar to Chrono Trigger, where it's active time battle, and the costume that you put on basically determines your class and your special skills. And there's, you have to time your attacks, and depending on the bonuses that you give each player, increases their speed or decreases their speed, or and in Costume Quest 2, you go back, or you go future in time, and where the dentist that you had, like, I guess, pissed off in the first game, becomes some sort of overlord, some sort of authoritarian overlord who has banned Halloween and candy altogether. This is my son Weston. I don't know if you can see him. Let me take off my my virtual background.
There he is. We can see him now.
Okay, nice. If I could, I'll just move that so you can hear. Let's see here. So he has been playing. Oh, there you go.
Hey.
He has been playing a lot of.
You were the wizard
Custom
all
Quest
along.
over the years. And do you have any thoughts on Custom Quest 2 as a game featuring time travel? I was telling you go and you meet. Who do you meet in the future? Like, there's the evil dentist.
There's an evil dentist. Okay, so basically, oh boy, here it comes.
Where do we start?
So, Costume Quest 2 takes directly after the storyline of the spin-off Grublins on Ice, which is when our four main kid adventurers head off into the Grublin world.
Who's the bad guys?
The bad guys.
Right, yeah.
And they defeat the main boss, and they hop into this dimensional portal, and they fall through, and they go through space and time right back to the day of Halloween. Now, I don't know. They haven't confirmed anything, but I think this may be like a different dimension from where they were originally in the first game, because on Halloween, an evil dentist from the future comes and meets up with a timekeeper. Is it like a time wizard?
Time wizard, yeah.
And he has this little clock, and he like moves it around and creates this big old time portal. He sends the dentist back through time to the point where, like, the talisman that keeps the Grubbin dimension separate from the human world is kept. And he goes and he frees the Grubbins, and so the Grubbins become loyal to the dentist, and he uses them to create this dystopian landscape where he's created this big giant technology corporation where they ban all candy and stuff.
And costumes, like
and
Halloween,
costumes.
all Halloween, yeah.
Everything Halloween, costumes. So they can't. So the kids go to the kids can't use their costumes anymore. But then one of the kids from the future shows up, and they lead the kids back into another time hole into the future.
And that's their friends from the future. So, like, their friends as adults, like, come back and to like warn them, say, you have to come, you gotta come to the future with me, Marty.
Marty,
gotta do something, a bunch of kids.
Yes.
And go ahead.
And they go there and they try to go back in time to stop the dentist from even getting the talisman. And that's where they first start to play, and you play a bunch of levels. It's basically Costume Quest 1, where you're going around locking at different doors, like trick-or-treating, and then if you encounter a monster, you fight it. The RPG system is really good as well. But in terms of time travel, there are the time travel in the game doesn't necessarily relate to the gameplay. Like, the gameplay is normal. but it does relate to the story a lot. So you meet this kid named Marty, some kid in the past, and he becomes your third kid as party leader. And he creates a clown costume, and so you get now the clown costume is part of your arsenal.
Yeah.
And he's really fun.
And are you able to kind of change the past to kind of restore the future?
Right. So at the end of the first level of Trick or Treating Houses, you find out that the witch that keeps the talisman is actually the boss from the first game.
Ooh. Yeah.
So it like is a younger child. Who has parents.
As a child, yeah.
And
to meet the boss from the first game as a child.
As a
second
child.
game. Okay.
And they are supposed to they're supposed to guard the Grublins, who the little child eventually comes to like make a deal with to steal all the candy from all the kids.
You're trying to mess with time.
Yeah. Don't mess with time. Is that the theme of all time travel movies?
Maybe.
You know,
and video games.
Yeah, it kind of does. Like, I guess Back to the Future does just kind of fix time and just make it better, and that just.
Well, and Doc has a very explicit, maybe they tacked it onto the third movie because they needed something, but it's basically time is what you make of it. You create. That's because your future is unwritten. You create your own future, and as long as you have a time machine to fix the mistakes.
Sure, yeah.
But Weston, have you been exposed to Chrono Trigger yet? Has he played some of it? Is it interesting at all to you? Is it?
I think he would, because it's all these themes that we're talking about. Weston loves time travel, portals, dimensions,
active battle
system.
Did Chrono Trigger invent? I don't know if it invented that, but it was kind of new for that.
It came out, yeah, I actually looked this up. I think there was one Final Fantasy game that kind of came out about the same time that was also doing it as well. And I think it might have been the same designer or something that was doing that. Yeah, so that battle system and Costume Quest, before it was like you make a choice, you wait for the other person. Make a choice, you wait. And it's just back and forth, as opposed to kind of having a meter that was, filling up and you had to, each person had a certain amount of time to kind of make your choice.
If it flashes, you press the.
And
I think, or you have to press right at the right time
critical
if you're
hit.
Chrono, and he gets an extra swipe in.
That's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun. Yeah. So have you haven't seen it yet?
No. We're talking about maybe introducing him to that. Maybe we can do a podcast and see what it's like from a fresh perspective.
Right. I'm interested.
Some recordings to be like, get some of your thoughts.
Because that is my secret, agenda for this time travel in video games. Yes, I'm happy to hear about other video games, but really I just need to make a podcast about Chrono Trigger, and this is like my fourth interview already. I'm collecting interviews. I had an interview recently with the guy who introduced me to Chrono Trigger 20 years ago. He brought it over, and I was hooked immediately because you had to bring the cartridge over.
I know. I got the cartridge and the Super Nintendo, but it's on Apple devices now and PC. Download it. Pretty nice. You can get it.
So you'd be willing to give at least the first chapter a go, Weston? I don't know if it'd be. I feel like it's. I hope it's not boring compared to I think it's like. Yeah, Costume Quest. I played a little bit of that, and it was pretty fun. But the active battle thing and that is difficult for me. I cannot get it at the right times.
It was for kids. I mean, I enjoyed it. We played it together.
It's a tad bit tricky to get down. I think especially in the first game. The battle system of this game throughout all the games. I like it because it's really simple. There's only each character in each costume has a specific a special ability that you can have. And everyone has a base ability, but that's just like an attack. The special abilities are what you really want to pay attention to.
Yeah. And they all balance each other out very well, so you have to kind of measure how you assign your skills and costumes.
So one of your characters will be a unicorn, and that will be your healer. And maybe you want to place your healer at the end of your party line so that You'll get an attack in first, and
So-
then you'll heal up.
There's Statue of Liberty.
A Statue of
There's
Liberty is
a
also
ninja.
one. There's a ninja.
Robot.
Robot.
Yeah, pretty classic stuff. Clown.
Yeah.
There's also a candy corn that does nothing but just draws aggro.
Yeah, it's
but has very high
basically a tank.
defense, so it
Nice.
can't even attack.
Nice.
Yeah, but it's very, very fun, very silly.
It's
very
very-
enjoyable. It's downloadable on most consoles, I think.
Yeah,
So,
we have it on Xbox 360.
yeah.
Both games.
Yeah.
And Gremlins on Ice.
And Grubbins on Ice, the DLC.
Nice.
It's kind of a Christmas themed one.
Oh yeah,
so-
that one has a pirate in it.
Oh, yeah.
And a floating eyeball. I mean.
Oh my
there's-
goodness.
Yeah.
The DLC.
Don't miss out.
I feel like there's DLC is a good model for time travel games because you can always add in another era to travel to, right?
Right. Yeah.
This is a good point.
Yeah.
This is a good point.
Well, Steve, would you like to play a song? I think you have at least one prepared. Thank you so much,
do.
Weston, for your thoughts and your mission. If you choose to accept it, I would like to hear the debrief. About chapter 1 of Chrono Trigger later.
Absolutely. We'll do. I'll get it right on that.
Cool.
All right, well,
I think chapter 1, in my opinion, is you go back to the past. You know, you fix everything in the past, and then you come back to the future. It's a big chapter. That's still like a few hours worth of gameplay there. It could be 30 minutes if you're speed playing it, but
But just enjoy it. It's a good story.
but yeah, it's a good story.
So I'll get it on your phone or something. We'll make it happen. We'll
Okay.
Make it happen.
Yeah. Why? Yeah. Thanks, Weston.
Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy. All right, there we go.
Darkwing Duck out.
Nice. Yeah. I got a tune or two for you.
Awesome.
Let's see if you can. Can you hear that? Okay.
Oh, yeah. You might want to turn your original sound on. Do you know how to do that? We can do that real quick.
Okay.
Do you see it at the top left of your Zoom window by any chance? Here we go.
Okay.
Live tech. Here we go. I want to hear this song. Good. So at the bottom left of your Zoom window, you see the little microphone icon?
Yes. Yes.
Press the little arrow beside that and audio settings.
Yeah.
And then there should be under music and professional audio a show in meeting option to enable original sound.
Whoa.
Do you see that?
Wow. Okay, hold on. All right, music and professional show and meeting option to. Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Click that.
Okay.
And then X out of the settings. And there should be a
Okay.
button now on the top left of your window.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Cool.
And I want to choose my my fancy microphone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that sound a little better? Okay, we'll do the sound test. Does that sound all right? Okay, all right. I've been trying to work on a bluegrass version of this tune. Well, we'll see how it goes. Tell me, doctor, are we going this time? Is this the 50s? 1999. All I wanted to do, play my guitar and sing. Take me away, I don't mind. Better promise me I'll be back in time. Gotta get back in time. Don't bet your future on the roll of the dice. Better remember, lightning never strikes twice. Please don't drive it, hey. I don't wanna be late again. Take me away, I don't mind. Better promise me I'll be back in time.
Woo! I can hear the fiddle already. Wah,
man.
wah, 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 wah.
I know. I need a next bluegrass hoedown. I had to get to. We'll see if I can get a mando player and
I'm gonna use that. I got a cello over there. I'm gonna boom 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 do 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 do.
Nice.
I mean, yeah, that soundtrack. You got another one ready to go? Or you?
Yeah,
do you want to keep going, or you want to?
I do.
All right, great, cool.
One.
Keep it rolling.
On the time theme at least.
Yeah.
This one's a little bit more chillax. Sound all right? Okay. Let me just get this ready. Okay. If I could save time in a bottle, first thing that I like to do is save every day till eternity passes away and spend it with you. If I could make days last forever, words can make wishes come true, I'd save every day like a treasure, and then again I would spend them with you. There never seems to be enough time to do the things that you want to do once you find them. I looked around enough to know you're the one I want to go through time with. If I had a box just for wishes and dreams that never come true, box would be empty except for the memory how they were answered by you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things that you want to do once you find them. I looked around enough to know you're the one that I want to go through time with. I could save time in a bottle, first thing that I'd like to do is to save every day until eternity passes away, just to spend them with you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things that you want to do once you find them. There you go. A little bit of Croce.
Wonderful. And you've got a fan in the chats
Oh my. Oh,
of Croce. Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. Those were great.
thanks. Yeah.
Did you have one more? It seems like it's okay. You don't have to. We have a little bit.
I actually worked on a little bit. Just
Okay. Let's call it that, because we still have some time travel to talk about.
Oh yeah, for
here.
sure. Yeah. The only other song that came to mind was that Green Day's "Good Riddance," and I was like, I feel like we all have heard that song enough times.
That's fair. Yeah.
It would be like kind of time travel. Go to like 1999. If you have a certain age, you're like, oh yeah, my graduation song. Cool.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Is that the something unusual, but in the end it's right?
That's it.
Every
nailed it. That's it.
graduation since then.
Confirmed it.
Yeah. Yeah, I will play one Nilsson song before the stream is over. I will play it for you, for anybody still watching. But I can't immediately follow that Croce. That was too beautiful. We gotta put some filler talk in between.
I hear you.
So,
Yeah, no.
So is there anything else that, because I'm just gonna keep drilling Chrono Trigger. So please, talk about anything else you want to. Otherwise, tell me why we love Chrono Trigger so much.
I will do one last plug for a video game that is definitely a children's game, but I ended up having so much fun with, which was Lego Dimensions. Now, this is one of those part of these like toys to life kind of era of games like Disney Infinity and Skylanders. And we tried Disney Infinity, it wasn't very good. But Lego Dimensions, the whole idea is that you had these different Lego worlds, and that all, this cosmic event caused them to all kind of intermingle, and you travel between different ones. And so you go through with, your party is like one of the people from the Lego movie, Gandalf and Batman. That's your primary, that's your team.
That's awesome.
And then, and then like your first level is like Wizard of Oz, and the next level is like Doctor Who, and the next level is Back to the Future. And so you actually, I should have gotten it. I have a Lego and so you have to play these other characters. You do not need to buy them to have fun or buy them to complete the game, but they are to be able to play as Marty McFly. You need to buy the little Lego Marty McFly, but it has a little platform, and you put it on there, and you can press a button, and you got a hoverboard, and music starts to play, and you can play them anywhere. So you can be going through Ghostbusters level and be Marty McFly, and it's just like a fun crash. And so there is a Back to the Future level where you have to go to the Old West and then to the future, and but it definitely has the kind of time and dimensional crossover that was a lot of fun. I wonder if you could find it cheap nowadays, because that era of video games of toys to life, people are gonna get sick of, because it costs a lot of money.
Yeah. I haven't bought into any of those yet.
What's another $10?
Yeah.
For a Spinjitzu Lego character? I mean, I have I had the new Ghostbusters, and then what was the A-Team was another one, and there's an E.T. I don't know. There's all kinds of wacky stuff, but it's fun. But none of those things. All these are fun little side things to enjoy as you just whet your appetite to playing Chrono Trigger again.
That's right.
The best way you can do that. If you have a phone, you can just play it you just download it. It's $8 or something.
Yeah, sometimes $5, sometimes probably $2.99.
Yeah,
yep.
Treat yourself.
Yeah, I got it on every platform. Got it on the Apple TV, the Pad, the phone, the Wii, the DS. I finally got my 3DS version. Well, I mean, not 3D. It's not 3D, but it is. It's the DS version with the anime sequences in between, which I did not play. That came out with the PlayStations,
all the
I think.
menus into the bottom screen, so you get the nice.
Yeah.
Enjoy the art.
So that's where I'm playing through it now. My problem is I can't even play the game anymore because I love it too much, and I just want to do research projects about it and make art about it and podcasts. I can't even play it anymore unless I have someone like Weston, who's playing with us, and we're doing it chapter by chapter or something like that. That sounds good. Or specific quests,
It's hard. It's hard for me to sometimes play video games that have so many choices.
Yeah.
That impact things later on.
Yeah.
You can't undo.
Yep.
So I was the person that had the Choose Your Own Adventure book, and I have my fingers in all the different places where I have to make pivotal decisions.
Yes.
I was oh no, that's bad. Okay, and come back and be but I wonder what would happen. I bet I get eaten by this dinosaur. Yeah, I did, and then
Well, and I'm glad that video games now are playing with that desire that we as players have to try out all of the pathways. So there's a lot of those choose your own adventure games now where you can just rewind it, like the braid mechanic, but
Oh, yeah,
for
yeah.
story, like you can just rewind. Like Life is Strange a little bit, just
Yeah,
rewind
yeah,
and
I've been meaning
see
to play that, yeah.
other dialogue choices. And that's pretty cool. And to make it a part of the game, because we all want to do it anyway, but I don't want to have to play through the whole game with
Right.
different morals, And it always feels bad to make the bad choices still, for some reason.
I feel like they didn't get the subtlety of like the bad decision until like really recently.
Yeah.
Like, all the Knights of the Old Republic, or even like Mass Effect 1 or something, which are fairly recent-ish games. To choose the bad choice was like, do you help this old lady, or do you punch her in the face and throw her over the bridge? And it's like, well, that's not like, there's not a lot of gray area in a lot of these choices. And I play games to like have fun and to fantasize about being a hero and to like feel like I'm doing something good and positive in these worlds, changing the timeline for the better. And so like, I can't even really play Grand Theft Auto games because I'm just like, I don't want to rob this store. I just don't. I don't want to do that.
Don't make me make that choice.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm always like, I'd be like, if there's a button to say, excuse me, I didn't really want to do this, but I have to. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Is there another way to progress the story? We always talked about that back when we were trying to make a video game, maybe. And I feel still stuck in time in that era a little bit too, because I still want to make, I don't think I want to make Circadia anymore, because that game has been, it's Psychonauts Psychonauts is going into people's brains. This was an idea that we had that we were working on.
Like people's dreams and stuff, right?
There was like an evil corporation that was going into people's dreams and leaving nightmares and taking all their good ideas. And that, just all that stuff has been tread with Chrono Trigger and The Longest Journey. A lot of that stuff, yeah. So I don't feel as attached to that particular story, but I do still want to mess with time somehow. Like I'm curious about time mechanics, and Animal Crossing is 1-to-1, right? But a lot of people do time travel by hacking it, by changing the time on their device. Like that is.
Oh yeah, that's true.
It is a time travel sort of mechanic that I found out from Megan. Some Animal Crossing games actually include reference to that. They're like, I saw what you did there, So why not make it a part of the game? People are going to do it, But
oh man, I would love something that was kind of like Portal, but instead of going to a different space, you would go into a different time, and you could really kind of fluidly jump between different timelines, or either different kind of like versions of this timeline, or between, I guess kind of like Rick and Morty's like dimension gun kind of. But if that was part of the mechanic, you just kind of slipped into this different timeline or slipped back in time in this space, to make an adjustment of something that happened, then you could slip back. So that would be part of the mechanic as well as just the narrative storyline. That would be really interesting.
Yeah.
I understand. I never got to play Time Splitters, which was, I think, it was kind of part of like the PlayStation 2 era, and it was kind of I won't say a cult classic, but it had a following. I just never got around to it. But I think it's a little bit more like that, like you're kind of breaking time more often. So
speaking of PlayStation 2, there is the sequel to Chrono Trigger on there that you have, I think, still.
I do.
But you've never played it?
I've never played it. I got it like at a GameStop, in like 2002 or something, and I was like, I think my girlfriend at the time was trying it, and she seemed to like it, and so I was like, I'll give it a shot, and it's on my shelf, like it's in a Tupperware.
Oh man,
thing. It's back there somewhere.
I might have to check that out from the Robinson Library over there for a little bit.
We got I'll dust it off for you.
Got an old PlayStation 2 that sounds like a tank.
I have thought about setting up. I have an extra TV in the in our garage actually, and kind of setting it up as kind of the retro station. I have like the Super Nintendo, and I have the Wii and stuff, but our one in the living room, it's already hooked up to modern stuff, and there's no room for, and it doesn't even have a port for.
Right.
And it's only HDMI.
Right.
So I'll just have it dedicated.
a little an area of the house that is dedicated to time travel.
It's just a time travel.
Yeah, I like it.
you know,
Yeah, I've got my grandmother's.
Oh man.
My grandmother's old TV, like that she used to have on her counter that we used to watch Matlock on.
Nice.
Like when I was so small, and that was my one thing to to take away from you know, and I want to hook it up to the old, you know, it's right now it's hooked up to the VHS player.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Well, that's becoming kind of a thing for a lot of the retro community is, you know, is to find the kind of display it was these games were meant to be played on.
Yeah.
You know, I think you know, Chrono Trigger looks great on my, you know, $800 phone with the Retina display, but it's not. You know, it's supposed to have scan lines. It's supposed to be in 4:3, and like, you know, how it's designed. So that would be interesting to kind of go back and play it as it was.
As it was, yes, on the Super Nintendo. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, we're coming up on the hour, but I know there's still so much more to talk about time travel and video games, man. Did you cover everything you wanted to though, for the most part?
I think so.
For now, until you listen to it later and you're like,
I know.
Oh.
The only one I want to bring up, because it's special to me, that boy that came in to talk about video games. When he was born, I had a lot of time on my hands because I was taking care of him a lot, and he slept right on my lap while I played all of Prince of Persia's Sands of Time, because there's not a lot to do. He's just sitting there. So we're like bonding, but I'm also got my, you know, GameCube going on at the same time. So, and that one you can definitely reverse time.
Oh yeah.
So it's all about trying to erase the past, and it's part of the mechanic, and which is helpful for those tricky platforming sections. It's very fun. I think it holds up.
That was like Braid, but with 3D in 3D.
Yeah. 3D, and you're definitely stabbing a lot of sand demons and stuff.
Yeah, Braid with more stabbing.
Stabbing, yeah. Stabbing and all
yeah.
That. But like stylish, fun, satisfying stabbing.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention or bring up that I recently, in my research for the Back to the Future thing and this, discovered that there is a game, an old game, and I think it's called Back to the Future 3. This is before there was a Back to the Future 3, maybe even.
Oh, wow.
It is Back to the Future 3 Monkey Island timeline.
What?
Timeline of Monkey Island, and it is a old school LucasArts send-off. It looks like a LucasArts game, like Monkey Island, but it's a mashup, and there are locations that Doc and Marty visit that are in Monkey Island, and characters, and it's just I started watching some playthroughs, and it seems pretty great to me.
Oh man!
So the Back to the Future game before the Back to the Future game. Although there was like a Nintendo or Super Nintendo one that was just very bad. I couldn't get.
Yeah, it was the
very
Nintendo
bad.
one. There were several on that era, and they were all.
It's a story game. You need the story. It can't be a platformer. It can't be a. Yeah.
But I think our friend Sean spent like a whole day trying to beat that. I think he did, but
The old one? Oof.
Yeah, the Nintendo one.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Not worth it.
You did a lot of skateboarding, trying to avoid.
It was like Paperboy,
cars.
basically.
It was basically Paperboy.
Yeah.
With kind of a MIDI Huey Lewis soundtrack.
Yeah. Yeah, I like your cover much better.
Thanks.
Anything else? Anything? Should I play this out with a Nilsson take on time?
Oh yeah, I think that'd be lovely.
Yeah. Okay, I'll play the song, and then if you think of anything else while I play the song, you can say it as a coda. But yeah, here we go. Let's see. Are we in tune? Sound alright? Should I turn my original sound off? Sit beside the breakfast table, think about your troubles. Pour yourself a cup of tea, think about the bubbles. You can take your teardrops and drop them in a teacup. Take it down to the riverside and drop it over the side to be swept up by the current and taken to the ocean to be eaten by some fishes who are eaten by some fishes and swallowed by a whale who grew so old he decomposed. He died and left his body at the bottom of the ocean. Now everybody knows that when a body decomposes, the basic elements are given back to the ocean, and the sea does what it oughta. And soon their salty water is not too good for drinking, 'cause it tastes just like a teardrop. So we run it through a filter, and it comes out from the faucet, where it pours into a teapot that is just about to bubble. Now think about your trouble. Virus no more, oh no, leave us alone. Woohoo! Nilsson,
Oh man,
how were the
It is
levels
still
out there?
a lot of the
Was
point
it
around here?
Was it too? The point. That's what that's from.
So good. Yeah, I know. I never thought a song could be as beautiful and touching. That was talked a lot about whale decomposing. You know,
Yeah.
But he makes it kind of beautiful.
That's the one that sticks with me from that. I've somehow watched The Point several times during the pandemic, and was even on another podcast where that was the topic of discussion. But that's the song that sticks with me.
It's so good.
It's so good.
Sure, that was lovely.
Thanks for letting me play. Thanks for sticking around, everybody. Thanks, Mother of Rhinos. Teapot emoticon. Anything come up for you that you want to wrap up with, or?
I can't think of anything. I guess part of I think about time travel as video games and retro games and how much I enjoy. It's kind of a trip back in time. That's what Chrono Trigger isn't just about playing a game. Just as objectively, it's like being back on my friend's couch and like feeling what that mid-90s couch felt like, and having popsicles after swimming while playing Chrono Trigger. It just it brings back all those like really lovely sensory memories as well. So something about retro games, they are fun, but they also like bring me back to a place that was really really good times.
Yeah, the soundtrack itself takes me back. Like when I was moving like 5 years ago from my apartment where I had stayed for 12 years into this new place, I had the soundtrack on in my car, and it was taking me back all the way 12 years earlier. But so I was like swimming in the time soup when I was doing that move, just moving load by load just down the street, listening to Chrono Trigger, and it was putting me back in those levels, those worlds, those time eras as well. And man, there's no other game like that I found so far that just has so many visceral memories attached to just the soundtrack alone. Like
the sound was so good.
Yeah.
Oh, the music was fabulous. It helped me understand that games could be art. I mean, it was just, and not just like Street Fighter 2 or even like Zelda, which was a lot of fun. But it was a whole different level of interactive narrative and challenge and heartbreak and joy, and it's just it's a beautiful story. Can't wait to play it again with my 17-year-old son.
Oh, haha, yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you, Steve. What was that?
Thank you, Mike. Speaking of passage of time, that doesn't seem real,
Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. This has been a great wrap up for for a thing about time. I've known you for a long time, and we've always wanted to talk about this kind of stuff this whole time. So I'm glad we're finally doing it on the air.
Always do. Yeah, thanks for inviting me. It was a real good time.
Cool, man. I'm going to also take us out with, I think, first off, this is a new edit of a preview for Two Old Cats, which is a new podcast series coming in July. We're going to start releasing episodes and have them all released by September. But so this is some first time footage that I think I will wrap up the stream with.
There we go. As a Patreon subscriber, I look forward to more of your content.
Yes, thank you, Steve. I mean, and this is what our Patreon subscribers get. They get at least an hour of airtime with their
I didn't know, but
children. Yeah. New Patreon rewards, rolling them out. Whatever you want, just tell me what you want, and we'll give it to you. Yes, thank you again, Steve. I will transition us out. But thank you all for being here, and enjoy the preview. Bye, everybody.
My name is Megan Moten. I am here today talking to Command Sergeant Major retired Edwin Donald Moten, otherwise known as my dad.
Your dad is one of the most grateful human beings that walks on this earth. I was very honored to be a Command Sergeant Major in the United States Army. I mean, that's only 0.2% of the force is at that rank. And you're talking millions of people. So I understand that. But I do understand it's just a job. It's not who you are. I think the number one thing that I tout all the time is not what I did professionally, but what I did personally. The fact that all three of you graduated with no debt. I'm proud to tell the world that, whether they want to hear it or not. Military couples struggle. There's really not a book that says, how do you raise young kids in the Army lifestyle? When DJ was born, they gave us health care, dental care, housing. The Army helped us, made it possible for us to explore the lives that we have and have this really big foundation of experience. I never imagined that we'd have the life that we have. So I feel very honored, but very humbled because all those people paved the way for me and made this happen for me. I want to be able to turn this idea that we're building so that everywhere along the route, we run into people and we have a conversation with them. I want to be a conduit to two basic things. One is humility and one is compassion. I want to help as much as I can. I want to be a friend, a genuine friend. I get tickled when my former soldiers still call me CSM on email or Sergeant Major when I talk to them. And I giggle about it, but it's not who I am. It was a job.
You did not set out to serve 30 plus years in the Army.
Oh, no. I never expected the full ride of 30 years. I was thinking more 20. But what the Army does when you become senior, it gives you instant gratification from your leader development. I could put all my time and energy into a particular soldier, a particular leader, and immediately see results. And then I can do another, and then another. And then you start putting your print on an organization. I saw the difference I was making. It was pretty exciting too. I'm not going to lie to you. A lot of people provided the foundation for my opportunities that I have now. And I'm going to give back as much as I can, as long as I can.
I'm Megan Moten, and I am here today talking to Command Sergeant Major retired Edwin Donald Moten. And how are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm good. That name doesn't really mean that much to me anymore. I joined the Army, I was Donnie. And, when you go to the Army, they use your official name off your birth certificate. And so Edwin Moten was the guy. It's so funny because I never went by that name. And I always thought it was kind of nerdy. So I used Don or Donald. I used Donnie. I grew up in Santa Barbara, California. I was very fortunate to grow up in that place at that time. And the beauty of Santa Barbara was that it was a multi-ethnic, multi-racial town, and it had a big heart. And I was the beneficiary from all the leaders and the people there. So in Santa Barbara, I was fortunate enough to grow up in that small town, and a lot of the adults looked after me. And it was an interesting time in the 60s, the Vietnam War. Two of my brothers went. There was protest there, but there was a lot of support for soldiers too. So that was a beautiful time, and feel very blessed for that foundation that I got there, and it propelled me on to other adventures in my life.
So, looking back, what were those early years like for you as a kid growing up in that environment?
Yeah, that's interesting. I went to Lincoln Elementary School, which was 2 blocks from our house in the terrace, and there was a park in the middle. And that park it was very instrumental in my athletic career because that's the first time I learned how to hit a baseball, how to shoot a basketball, how to catch a football. I learned that I was good at some things and other things is better to be a spectator. And so Lincoln really was the foundation, and it was a lower class area because my dad and mom didn't make a lot of money, but what we lacked in material things, my mom provided the love and my dad the guidance. Everybody, all the parents looked after each other. I was very blessed to have 3 moms. I had a biological mom and Mrs. Lucero and Mrs. Canley, who also looked after me. One of my very dearest friends I've known more than 50 years, Pi Andrade, his dad worked for a bakery, and every Friday at 7:30, he would, on his way to work, he brought the pastries from the previous day, and he would drop them off to us. It's just to have some dessert at the end of the week. Or Mr. Vior, who ran a bakery right up the street from us, probably every other day he would drop off fresh bread. And of course, my mentor and very dear friend, Tino of Italian Grocer, he and I created a bond when I was 12 years old. I was the only kid who didn't have lunch on our baseball league that I played on. So what I would do is I would always just bring an apple and I keep it in my bag. So anytime I got hungry, I would just take a few bites out of that throughout. And first time I ever had a Tino sandwich, he in fact gave me one. And I was so thankful that I went and I swept up and cleaned his little store. And so we just started a friendship that lasted until he died. One of the great moments of my life was to see him before he passed on and tell him how grateful I was for the mentor and the friendship and the love he showed to me. And the beauty of it is his nephew is a good friend of mine as well. He working in the store, and he relayed to me a couple years ago how Tino thought so much of my military service because he was a veteran as well. And so it was kind of cool, like the circle, full circle. So those times, they set the foundation for the man I became. So I can't think of really negative moments. There were learning moments, when somebody, first time I've ever heard someone call me poor, I laughed because I was like, dude, all that I have, there's no way you could call me poor.
A lot of names came up just now. You had a very wide net of support. Can you tell me a bit more about a person who was significant during that time?
Let's start with my kindergarten teacher, Mrs. Solon. She allowed me to come after school into the library because back then you only went to kindergarten half day, so I was in the morning session, and so in the afternoon, instead of going home like I was supposed to, she let me come and sit in her office and read a book, and I'd learn about places and things. I didn't know that there was an Africa. I didn't know that there was a real elephant and zebras and tigers, and so she opened the world to me. And I think as a 5-year-old, that was probably the first thing that I could think of. And if I'm sad to say that I never got a chance to thank her. I would go back to Lincoln School, and I went by a couple times as a ninth grader and then as a senior in high school, and she had retired. And so I just left a note at the front desk to please give it to her if she ever calls in. Because she started me into this adventure of reading and trying to learn, be a lifelong learner. Gary Christensen was my very first athletic coach. In fifth grade, he took an interest in me. He's the one who taught me how to shoot a basketball. He's the one who taught me how football was played. He taught me the fundamentals of baseball. And I really was so fortunate that he took an interest in me that way. Side by side with him was a woman named Lois Van Schack. She was the school counselor, but her husband was the principal of Franklin Elementary School, our main rivals, and his name was Bill Van Schack. And then Frank, his brother, was the principal of Wilson. So these three individuals had a 10-acre house, and so they set up a variety of activities, taught us how to light a fire safely. They taught us how to cross a creek on a rope bridge. They taught us stories at night, and when we spend the night there, about natives who lived in the area. And they gave us a better appreciation for this great Southern California area. And so Lois and Gary, that was a tight relationship. And so that's the elementary years. And I would just say, on top of that, the coolest thing that happened to me in my transition from elementary school to junior high, my first day I got to Santa Barbara Junior High, I met a gentleman by the name of Gary Hardy. He changed my life. He changed my life. Gary was a minor league baseball player for the Dodgers. He played a little bit for, I believe, the Washington Senators. Big man, about 6'2", 200, excellent athlete. But he took a liking to me from day one. So he would do things like after school, he told me to meet him on the field, and then he would take the time to throw 50, 60, 80 balls to me to hit extra practice. He would hit balls to me on ground balls. So he was determined to make me better. And as I got a little bit more mature and I got a little stronger, I was able to throw the ball harder. I could recognize the pitches because we would be sitting at lunch and he would be gripping the ball in his hand and he would be telling me, so this is what a curveball looks like. So when the pitcher at the top of his apex, you're going to be able to catch a glimpse of that and pitch he's going to throw to you. You're going to get so good after time, you can call it. If he threw two balls to you, and they're outside his strike zone, he's going to throw his go-to pitch to get his first strike. So it's going to come across the plate and you're going to be ready to hit it. And so those are basic fundamentals that stayed with me throughout my whole life. But it was just by chance because that was his first day as the coach. And I happened to be my first day as a seventh grader. And so it was a match made in heaven. I really believe that. And it set the conditions for my athletic career for the rest of my life. Definitely for my academic life. One person I really have to talk about, Mr. Jameson, my reading teacher in 8th grade. He was the first openly gay man that I ever met in the school, but he was also a dear, dear friend of mine. He took an interest in the academic side of mine. He didn't care about sports. He wanted me to be a better athlete. He wanted me to be a better person. I learned about Rosa Parks through him and, of course, Dr. King. But Dr. King's dad was a very phenomenal man as well. And so I learned about James Baldwin. He was a partner with a guy named Gabe Garcia, who was a local minister. So he told me about the Hispanic history in Southern California. So as a young guy, I was immersed with people who took a big interest in me. Betsy Ross, another very, very good reading teacher in my 7th grade year, she forced me, and I do mean forced me, to read as many books as I could. So she would give me extra credit if I can do book reports on these books. And because, let's face it, I didn't have any control of the TV at my house or the telephone. So I sit in the back of the house in the yard and I would just read all the time. And I'd be able to scribble out a few reports. And Miss Ross, I love her dearly. She used to open her house to us too, as did Mr. Jameson and Mr. Garcia. It was, again, phenomenal time sequence for me. We're talking 66, 67, 68, 69. those were the building blocks of the personality, the growth of a young man that I was fortunate to be the receiving in. I talked briefly about with Mr. Tino. Um, this is kind of comical, but only because I'm looking back at it very fondly. It wasn't comical at the time. So he made a point that I rode a bike to my 10 speed to high school every day, rain or shine. I rode a bike. Sometimes I'd walk if it was raining. It didn't rain that much in Santa Barbara, but I'd always ride by his store. And on game days, he used to always say, "I expect you to do well." That's all he would say. And I said, "Well, yeah, I'm going to try my best." "No, don't worry about trying your best. I expect you to do well. You have to expect that of yourself." And I never really, anyone ever, I'm sure other people had said that, but since he's so influential to me, it really made me think about my effort each day. You know, if you do the same things every day, but you do them to the best of your ability, you're going to get the results that you want. Don't don't ever apply your standards to somebody else, and don't apply their standards to you. And he's the one who really planted that seed with me. So I did athletically, I did okay, but I think as a person, I became a better person because of that. And it goes back to that circle of trust too. It's funny that I can name every family that lived in a block of my guitarist house, and I keep contact with 5 of those guys, and we've been friends for almost 55 years. And so I'm so honored by that. And it is that we believed in each other and we trust each other. And I think that's really the one thing about my early years that stayed with me.
Absolutely. So blessed, certainly, to have mentors, teachers, co-parents all pouring into you. But you're now a senior in high school, heading towards graduation. And what was that time like for you?
Yeah, I think the bigger year, my junior year, was important to bring up before my senior. My junior year was my very best athletic year and my very best academic year. I was preparing for life after high school in my junior year. My junior varsity basketball coach, John Heinrich, was a deeply religious man. He went to Westmont, played basketball there, and he started taking me to Westmont practices. The beauty of that was I established some really good relationships, and I learned that going to college is going to take work. It's going to take physical work athletically, but I had to learn better study habits. And so that's why I wanted to bring up my junior year. I became a really good student in my junior year. I didn't miss any classes. I really asked for help from every teacher that I had, and I listened to their advice about college. That summer of my rising senior year, Doyle Canley, who's a dear friend for many years, since 7th grade, we've been friends. We went on a trip to the Canadian Rockies to spend a week backpacking. And I really learned something really valuable about myself, is that new situations are to be embraced. Don't be afraid of things just because you haven't done it before. I decided to play basketball, but not baseball my senior year. And so many of the places I was thinking to try to play baseball at, because I didn't play my senior year, they no longer were interested. And Westmont was one of them. So even though I had this relationship, but between me and you and the world now, I really didn't want to go to college near my house. But my mom was so important at this time, because she's the one who said to me, I hear it in my head like I did then, "Baby, if going to Oregon is the right thing for you, then why not do it?" And after the end of the basketball season, which was about March, I chose Northwest Christian. Was the only one with the financial aid that reached out to me and said, "Hey, not only will we give you a chance to make our team, but we'll figure out how to pay for it." So I went to visit. I made a mistake of going to Eugene in September. It is the most beautiful place you've ever been. Beautiful sunshine, everything's so green, and they tell you, "Oh, it's like this all the time." They absolutely lied. Oh my God, they absolutely lied. I had 1 year at Northwest Christian. I realized the 3 majors they had were being a minister or pastor, or you're going to be a missionary or a counselor. And at the time, I didn't think either of those professions fit me. So right across the street from Northwest Christian is University of Oregon. And so I applied there and I transferred and I graduated in June of 79. And I went back to Santa Barbara, but I didn't fit in because I was different. The times were different there. The job opportunities that I was looking for. I didn't really want to be a school teacher yet because I didn't have a teaching degree. And I definitely didn't want to coach because I didn't think I was mature enough. 21-year-old, just because you graduate from college doesn't mean you're ready to coach high school kids or even junior high for that matter. So after about 10 months, I struggled. I enlisted in the Army. And my military career started in May 1981.
Wow. So why did you join the Army?
Yeah, that's a great question. So let's do a little background. I did do my homework. Back to Eugene. I was interested in ROTC my senior year, but you can't join. It's a 2-year program. But I was always interested in the military. My dad being a World War II veteran. And then my brothers, both Elmer and Alfred, were Vietnam veterans. So I always hold military in high regard. I absolutely was not interested in the Navy. The Navy recruiter had the same perfume that my mom did. So that was just weird in 1980 and 81. I was like, no, man, I'm not going to be that guy. And so because the Marines are affiliated with the Navy, no, I didn't. I never once thought about the Marines. Every time I saw a Marine, I didn't like their demeanor. They always thought they were better. They're better than you. They're better people, better this, better that. Heck with that. So the Army recruiter he sat down and was the first one to say, what are your goals? What is it that you're going to do in the military? I hadn't thought about it. So he helped me think that. And then he said, is your goal to do 3 years and get out? And I said, well, I don't know. He said, well, if it is, the infantry is the best way to go because you'll make rank faster because you got a 4-year degree. Inside of 2 years, you'll be a sergeant. And do you know how it works in the military? The higher rank you have means more money. And the light went off. I was like, yeah, I could see myself being an Army guy. But the funny part was I didn't really think it all the way through. Infantry is not that easy. I would have much preferred, and I'm glad it turned out this way. It made me, gave me fundamentals of leadership that I exercise even till today. But I always think about it kind of giggly because, man, you join the infantry and they walk everywhere. There's all these beautiful trucks in the motor pool, but we're walking. That makes no sense to me. And it's about building stamina, building strength. I realize that. But yeah, I used to say, man, I got a college degree and I'm walking everywhere. I'm a dumb. And, the other word that follows that.
What do you remember about the day you enlisted?
I decided that everything that I owned, I was going to give away to my family and my friends. So the car I had for a short time, I had a really nice LP collection that I got rid of. I gave it to my friends. I remember I gave Bob Marley album to Uncle Jim, but Uncle Jim only had a hi-fi, a 78, so he couldn't play the 33 and a third. So I thought that was kind of funny. Well, my clothes, I donated to Goodwill. Only took what I was going to actually wear when I joined the Army. So I got on a Greyhound bus, went to LA to the MEP station on Wilshire, and did all the in-processing, took all the shots. The one interesting thing was I stayed in a hotel room before going to basic training with a former gangbanger from a Blood or Crips. I couldn't remember, but we stayed up all night. He poured his soul out to me. I don't even remember the guy's name. I don't remember his MOS. I never saw him again, but I thought it was amazing that his escape from gang violence was joining the Army. And it kind of validated in my mind, I didn't have those circumstances. Hell, like I said, I was a college graduate and I wanted something else and for myself. And so it motivated me. So that's what I remember from that day, you know.
How did your family and your friends back home react when you told them that you wanted to join the military?
That's interesting. None of them said anything positive. I mean, I think the Canleys, because Donald Canley had been in, and Lee both were in the Army. The day um, before I flew to basic training, I was in a room with a guy who was a former gang member. I'm not sure if it's the Crips or the Bloods, but he poured his heart out to me, talking about the daily struggles just to live, going to school, going to coming home from school, just going to the corner store, how everything was tied to gang violence or gang membership. My friends never really said anything negative, but they didn't say anything positive either. I mean, if you think about it, in that block neighborhood, Manuel Andrade's dad was a World War II veteran. Eddie, both Richard and David Martinez was a Marine during World War II, and my dad. But that was about all. Not any of those other parents had served, and so the military was always kind of a negative rather than a positive for them. And I it is what it is. You know, it was a great thing for me. I know that my two brothers served honorably, were honorable discharge. Doyle's dad served, and two of his brothers were in the National Guard. So he was supportive, but probably the only one. I mean, but that was okay because I knew that I didn't want to stay.
So you enlist and you fly out from California. And where did you go? What were those early years in the Army like for you?
Being an infantryman sucked. I mean, there's nothing good about it. I mean, you know, I love Rory and he talks about all this hoo-ha stuff, but when you're a private in the infantry, back then we had KP, we did roving patrols, we did guard duty. We were like, oh, you're kicking my ass. So, and I got a part of all that, you know. And your mom will get a kick out of this because those really big cans of vegetables, they call them what do they call them? Number 10 tin cans, you know, and there's a special opener you got to do. And you'd have to open like 30 every meal. So I would rather work instead of food prep, I work in dishwashing. So at least in dishwashing, you could go at your own pace, you know. It's funny that I'm bringing that up, but I didn't really like it. I love going to the range. I learned how to navigate. That was very important and fundamentals for the rest of my life. I learned that just because you're a leader doesn't mean you can lead. I mean, I made sergeant in 2 years, and then I was fortunate enough to transfer, and I came up for reenlistment time, and I took the job that had the highest bonus, but I made sure always rode everywhere they went. So that's what that's when I became a chemical soldier. I filtered it by which one's got the highest bonus, and that's how I did it, and turned out great.
Hey,